Chapter 577. That water Qilin also looked over, a fierce light flashing in its eyes. Following which it was startled, joy flashing in its eyes. It directly tossed Tan Qiu aside, and ran to the side of Zhong Shou. Following which it was even more affectionate, using its head to rub Zhong Shou's leg and also licking the back of his hand. Zhong Shou was startled, thinking to himself what was going on. Just as he was feeling weird, he saw that Tan Qiu was also startled. He was totally lost and didn't speak. A short while later this person broke out into a laugh. So that's the case, it really is the Saint King energy? My sister actually didn't see wrongly. My Tsang Xing Dao actually produced a Saint King. Zhong Shou was startled, exclaiming, like he thought about something? However, wasn't this just a rumor? Even if it was true, how was it possible? That Tan Qiu directly made things clear. The Qilin is fierce, but it is a kind beast. It is born from the energy of heaven and earth, and is seen as an auspicious sign by people. Legend has it that when a saint emperor appears, a Qilin will appear. Why would this water Qilin get close to you, which means? While saying that, Tan Qiu looked over, his eyes filled with a weird expression. It was filled with emotions, excitement, and anticipation. It was also filled with disbelief. It has already treated you as the few saint emperors of the ancient era. Zhong Shou was startled once more, looking at the beast beside him that had shrunk to the size of a lion. Frowning and taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou shook his head. What auspicious sign, what saint emperor appearing, a Qilin appearing, I don't believe it. The few saint emperors of the ancient era might have really existed. It should have been because their governance was really clear and they were respected by everyone. As for the Qilin auspicious sign, it must have been made up by the people of the future. After all, the people of the future who had experienced 10,000 years definitely wouldn't believe in such superstitious and supernatural things. Indeed, there are some places where you make some assumptions. However, in ancient times, every saint emperor would always have a Qilin by his side. This is also a fact. Speaking of which, my senior martial brother had once investigated this matter. Although he didn't know the exact reason, he told me about it. It should be because the aura of every generation's sage king was beneficial to these Qilins. Therefore, once they strayed from their Tao of emperors, then the Qilins will leave. Zhong Shou listened quietly, thinking that this explanation was somewhat acceptable. However, how could a person like him be on the same level as an ancient sage emperor? Why did she feel that it was ridiculous when she heard it and felt embarrassed? Either that or something had happened to this water Qilin. Either that or this Tan Qiu was spouting nonsense. However, he heard Tan Qiu laugh again with a hint of mockery. Do you know that if you, the Qilin, were to appear in the world, those Confucian scholars would definitely kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times and worship you as the sage? He really wanted to see what would happen if these old and rotten scholars knew that the supreme saint monarch in their hearts was an ancient saint king. To think that you would look like this, what kind of expression would they have? Would they swallow those Confucian classics of the middle of the world and the like? Zhong Shou was startled, totally ignoring the words of Tan Qiu. Mine? This water Qilin was at most a little close to him for some reason, but it had nothing to do with him, much less being his. You didn't notice? Parasitic seal, life and death contract. That Tan Qiu smiled as he pointed at Zhong Shou's left hand. Qilins are born with such abilities. Through this seal, they can absorb the essence energy and life energy of others. However, the person who it imprinted on also has some benefit. As they will live and die together, it is fair. Zhong Shou looked at his left hand, only to see that where the water Qilin had licked, there was a red scar. It wasn't a mark but a talisman. Using spiritual energy to activate it, as expected there was a connection with this Qilin. There were threads of essence energy that were being absorbed by him. However, Zhong Shou was also able to obtain large amounts of water element essence energy from the seal. It could be considered a mutual benefit. He was totally stunned. This time he gave up on searching for the Book of Universe and ran over. It was to swallow water element god beasts that could go up against the sky burning blood and not to make some life and death contract with this water Qilin. However, speaking of which, since this water Qilin came to his side, the bloodline conflict in his body was not as bad as before. It wasn't as intense as before. At least his mind was a little clearer. This is the truth of the auspicious beast Qilin. It swallows the essence energy of other living beings to grow. When that Tan Qiu said this, he smiled and asked, "Are you worried about your bloodline conflict? You can be at ease now. I came here to help you solve this matter. As the disciple of the Xian Shuang, I can't let you die just like that." If you fall just like that, then wouldn't you be able to watch that good show in the future? Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. Solve? Do you know the reason? Speaking of which, he also felt weird about the changes in his body. Before this, his yin and yang were in harmony and had already stabilized. However, in the blink of an eye there were changes. He couldn't understand what the reason was. Bloodline backtracking. You have experienced it once before, so why didn't you think about it? Tan Qiu shook his head slightly, bringing with him a helpless tone. You are that person's only son and also the person closest to him, which was why you were affected the most. Bloodline increasing is a good thing. Unfortunately, it is a calamity for you. The voice stopped in Zhong Shou's ears like a bell in the morning, causing him to understand. Zhong Weiran? His father, speaking of which, in the original history. Although Zhong Weiran gave up on the Book of Ian for him and dropped several grades, he was still called Nine-Tail Fox King, Maniac Blood Monster Saint. Speaking of which, that man had already advanced to Nine-Tail. Who knows where he went to for his cultivation to improve so quickly, even awakening his ancestral bloodline and entering the Nine-Tail level. It was a true Nine-Tail and not like him. Although he had 8-tail blood, there was still one tail that hadn't appeared. No wonder. Today, his body had suddenly undergone such a change, and it was completely out of his control. He laughed bitterly in his heart. Father, ah father. You've really made me suffer. I almost died in this Dragon Valley. Turning around, he looked towards Tan Qiu in anticipation. This person only said the reason but didn't say how to solve it. However, his life shouldn't be in danger. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, only to see Tan Qiu pointing towards the water Qilin. It is simple to balance the bloodline, can't you just swallow it? Damn! Zhong Shou nearly scolded out, feeling like he was being toyed with. It was already a life and death contract, so how could he swallow it? Moreover, there was a God Realm peak beside him. With his strength, how could he swallow it? Even with the help of this Tan Qiu, he probably couldn't. The main thing was that his physical body and soul couldn't take it. Didn't you notice? It is already old and probably won't be able to live for many years. Zhong Shou was shocked once more. Then, his eyes were filled with pity. Before this, he was only shocked by the vast aura of the Qilin and didn't notice that the aura was showing signs of weakening. Although the water Qilin beside him was still majestic, looking at its expression, it was getting old. At this moment, it was forcing itself to stand there. However, didn't the legendary Qilin have lifespan calculated in tens of thousands of years? It was far longer than the dragon race. Being trapped here for many years and not being able to absorb suitable essence energy, naturally, it would weaken and die. Tan Qiu sighed regretfully. I originally wanted to capture it back and make it the palace-protecting god-beast of our common people's vast habitat. Legend has it that Qilins are really resolute and if they don't meet someone they recognize they would rather die. However, I don't believe that I can't make it yield. Zhong Shou scolded out, feeling pity for the water Qilin beside him. Even if this fellow wasn't swallowed by him, it wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of this Tan Qiu. It was destined to be a tragedy. To think that it was so close to this woman. However, he still felt weird, frowning as he asked, "Since you can't absorb essence energy, then why don't you leave?" With this water Qilin being God Realm peak, its strength was far above that of Shunshao. If it wanted to leave, this Dragon Canyon wouldn't be able to trap it. Why was it in such an awkward situation? This time, Tan Qiu kept silent and didn't reply. His expression was filled with melancholy. On the contrary, the water Qilin gave out a sharp cry. It suddenly bent down and dove into the water. Samuraim's light followed its body and went deep. In just a moment, he saw a slightly smaller Qilin whose body was covered in scales, but it was green in color. It was tightly clenched in the depths of the lake. There were already no signs of life. One could see several shocking wounds on its stomach. Its entire body was frozen in Xian ice. It is for its partner. She has already died, which is why it isn't willing to live alone. Thus, it has been staying here. At this moment Tan Qiu gave out a sad smile. Beasts have emotions, it makes me think about senior brother and big sister. Zhong Shou's expression was serious, his brows filled with respect. Who knew that this water Qilin actually had such a story? In just a moment, waves surged on the surface of the lake. The water Qilin appeared on the surface of the lake once more, its mouth holding a small beast as it bowed towards Zhong Shou. Zhong Shoxin used his spiritual sense to sense it and instantly understood. However, he still asked, "Are you going to hand it over to me to take care of?" Taking a close look, he saw that this baby beast looked exactly the same as that dog. There was no difference at all. At this moment, its eyes were wide open, its watery eyes curiously sizing him up. It was also filled with joy and a sense of closeness. The water Qilin nodded its head, following which it looked in front of its body with a look of reluctance. It also looked underwater, following which a ball of blood light exploded out from the center of its brows. It was split into 3 parts, one seeping into the body of the little beast, one charged into the back of Zhong Shou's left hand. It caused the blood rune to expand and stretch once more. The last one charged into the center of his brows before Zhong Shou was able to react. Zhong Shou originally wanted to resist, following which he was shocked. This was the essence blood source and life mark of the water Qilin. He didn't resist, instead using the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to absorb all of this into the depths of his body. Chapter 578. A portion of the blood-red light fused into his body. The other part merged into his Yuan soul. Zhong Shou originally wanted to use the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to purify and swallow it. However, when he started to use strength, he was shocked to realize that there wasn't any impurities in it. There weren't any impurities in the ball of essence blood, and there wasn't any remnant soul of the water Qilin. This Qilin seemed to be afraid that his body wouldn't be able to take it. It sealed a large portion of it, which was coincidentally similar to his current realm. The moment it entered his body and soul had a few more ice-cold auras. It was instantly effective, causing his body that was about to burn up to calm down in just a few breaths. Zhong Shou couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He relaxed slightly and knew that his danger was mostly resolved. At least he didn't have to explode and die. Then, he thought back to the water Qilin and opened his eyes, only to see that there was a blood-colored hole at the center of the brows of this blue Qilin beast. There was no movement from it, and it was slowly sinking to the depths of the water. The outer blue water veil was already breaking down bit by bit. As for the water Qilin, all of its life force had already disappeared without a trace. That little puppy first looked at Zhong Shou in a daze, and then looked behind him in confusion, at its father's body that was slowly turning cold. It seemed to have finally realized something. After being startled for a moment, it gave out a tragic cry. Tan Qiu sighed leisurely and waved his sleeves. Within hundreds of miles, all the evil energy surging and wanting to charge in was suddenly wiped out. I hope that Zhong Shou you won't let it down and treat its son well. Zhong Shou's face was cold and solemn as he nodded his head solemnly. Tan Qiu smiled when he saw that. Your words are like a cauldron. This water Qilin didn't misjudge you. Oh right, it should be starting soon, right? In one bloodline, 2 nine-tails and their bloodlines are stable. Your clansmen are really blessed. From today onwards, they can be called the 8-tail Zhong family. If you and your father can work harder in the future and step into the Saint Realm, your descendants are the 9-tailed Emperor clan of the Sky Fox clan. This time, Zhong Shou was startled, following which he knew what Tanqiu's words meant. With the life core and essence blood mark of the water Qilin to balance out the Lu family's sky-burning bloodline, the blood of the heavenly fox had completely lost its restraints and immediately began to transform and sublimate. Within his body, his bones were constantly crackling. There seemed to be something behind him that was about to break out of his body. The depths of his flesh and blood seemed to be undergoing a huge change, causing his muscles to continuously twist. This was a pain that he had never experienced in his entire life, and it spread throughout his entire body. Even when the sky-burning blood consumed his body, it was also far beyond their reach. At this moment, Tan Qiu curled his lips, disdain mixed with some surprise. He was clearly in so much pain that he wanted to die, so why was he still holding on? Just pass out and disappear? However, it was also thanks to this fellow that he could actually withstand it. He was truly as tough as steel. It was the toughest type, unable to be smashed and also unable to be crushed. Then, his body slid and left the spot. When he appeared once more, he was in front of Zhong Shou, flicking his brows. He easily knocked him out. Then, he gently hugged Zhong Shou's paralyzed body into his arms. At the same time, in Gantian Mountain City, Zhong Ling was frowning as he rode his horse back to his home. It wasn't his own residence but the one in his clan. In the south of Gantian Mountain City, most of the Zhong family people lived there. However, since Zhong Shou re-established the Gantian Mountain Zhong family, many people moved out. It wasn't that they were unhappy with Zhong Shou, but that most of the people used the benefits of Gantian Mountain City, as well as the martial arts that Zhong Shou opened up to everyone to have some achievements in the martial path and spiritual cultivation. They didn't need to rely on their own clan to be able to live well. Today, it was only during the race sacrifice that all the Zhong family people would gather together. Although they established another race, their dead ancestors couldn't be tossed aside just like that. Actually, apart from the race rules being changed a lot such that the direct and side branches could compete fairly, nothing else was changed. However, today it was a little different. Zhong Ling frowned as he looked at the invitation in his hand. It was an invitation from the ancestral hall to gather all the Zhong family people in Gantian Mountain to discuss matters. It was only the start of winter and it wasn't the time for the race sacrifice yet. Who knows what they wanted to discuss? Moreover, it was coincidentally when Zhong Shou wasn't in the city. He couldn't go and didn't bother. However, after thinking about it, Zhong Ling decided to take a look. If they had bad intentions and did something unfavorable to the ruler, he could suppress them on the spot in case Zhong Shou found out and annoyed him. Then, would those few direct bloodline old and young still think that this was the past? When the ruler took over the Cloud Continent, the Zhong family had never been so united as they were today. Especially the younger generation who had just grown up. They worshipped Zhong Shou even more. With just those few people, they had already lost the support of the people. What kind of tricks could they play? How annoying. Most probably not. Then, was it related to the bloodline changes in his body today? Speaking of which, this was the second time. The last time, it allowed him to grasp the ice and fire techniques more easily. This time, it wasn't stable yet. Who knew who caused it and what kind of ability would appear? Thinking about that, Zhong Ling walked into the Zhong family manor. At this moment, Zhong Ling frowned slightly. This place looked no different from normal, but the Zong family race guards here all had weird expressions on their faces. The entire courtyard was filled with a strange aura. The more he looked in, the more confused he felt. The tens of miles of Zong family manor was terrifyingly silent. From afar, he could see the ancestral hall, only to see many strong vital energy glows charging into the sky. He recognized Zonggang, who was the right pillar general of Gantian Mountain, as well as the grade 9 spirit cultivator Zong Han from 400 years ago. All the outstanding people of the race were gathered here. On the contrary, he was the last to arrive. Zong Ling's doubts were slightly solved, getting off his horse and continuing forwards out of respect. However, when he was 1,000 feet away from the ancestral hall, he felt a sense of danger. Zong Ling didn't hesitate to turn around and rush back. He still didn't know what was going on inside. However, he instinctively knew that he had to get as far away from the ancestral hall as possible. However, he heard a cold laugh. Since Grand Chang is already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you really think that you can escape from here? Grand Chang was Zong Ling's current position. After Gantian Mountain established the country, it was set up based on the central continent's 6 departments and 9 ministers. He was in charge of the Taichung Temple, the rituals of the ancestral temple, celestial calendar, and imperial physician. When this person spoke, Zong Ling only felt a weird power add onto his body. It actually broke open his body protecting artifact, forcefully sucking his body into the ancestral temple. Zong Ling was slightly shocked. His limbs couldn't move at all. This power wasn't too strong. At most, it was at the initial grade 9, far from a level that he couldn't resist. However, the problem was that a weird suppression pressed down on his body. When he touched it, his bloodline started to throb. His limbs went soft, unable to accurately control his soul power. When his body was forcefully sucked into the ancestral hall, he naturally saw Zonggang, Zong Han and the others sitting on the chairs at the side with green faces. Their eyes were filled with rage. At this moment, the seat that should belong to Zong Shou, the race leader, was occupied by one person. He wore a white shirt, around 20 years old, looking handsome. At first glance, he looked like a race member. Xue Moyan. The moment he exclaimed, Zong Ling felt that it wasn't right. Although they looked similar. However, this person was obviously older. Only this surname couldn't be wrong. You are from the eight-tailed Xue family? That's right. That teen laughed out loud, filled with endless joy. I am Xue Mafei, the brother of Xue Moyan. This time I returned to the cloud world to take revenge for my brother. Secondly, to take back what was stolen from the Xue family. Stolen? Your Xue family really doesn't have any sense of shame. Zong Han laughed coldly, although he was powerless. Although his body was weak, he still straightened his back. It was your Xue family that abandoned my fox race. You fled out of the cloud world alone. To think that you still have the face to return today? As for your brother, he plotted against my king. He deserves to die under the ruler's sword. Xue Mafei didn't care at all, giving an expression like he didn't care what they said. What happened in the past has its own cause and effect, we can ignore it. However, my Xue family is the Emperor race, the orthodox Sky Fox race. Since we have returned, we should be the hope of all the fox race. Your fox race should return to serve my Xue family. This is the rule of my fox race, a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Serve your Xue family? Speaking of which, our Zong family worked so hard to build up, your Xue family is eyeing it? Zonggang said expressionlessly, his words filled with killing intent. If he wasn't being suppressed, he really wanted to rip this Xue Mafei into pieces. The ruler is a genius. He definitely won't let you succeed. Heaven-sent genius? Ha ha. Xue Mafei laughed when he heard that, his voice filled with arrogance. He is a genius. Apart from that person, there is no other person in my Xue family. No one can compare to him. However, no matter how talented he is still 7 tails, a branch family. With you all here and caught off guard, why would we worry about not being able to suppress him? Our Shwe family has our own plans to wait for him here in Gantian Mountain. If he knew, he would regret moving those 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry out of Gantian Mountain. He laughed expressionlessly, his tone without any warmth. Do you know about our race's top treasure, the illusionary heart mirror? If he is willing to submit, then it would be best. Our race didn't break the restrictions of the Dragon Canyon for him in advance. If he isn't willing, then we just have to spend some effort to make a puppet. Zhong Ling's face turned green, only feeling his limbs turn cold. Thousands of thoughts flashed in his mind, but he couldn't think of a way to break out of this situation. Following which he was startled, suddenly feeling that within his body, all of the auras seemed to be roaring. Chapter 579. At the start, it was just a slight movement, but moments later it started to spread throughout his body. Zhong Ling frowned. Did he go berserk today? Why did it have to be at such a time? Carefully looking into his body, he noticed that something wasn't right. It came from the deep changes in his flesh and blood which caused his aura to become chaotic. For some reason, this change that he couldn't understand continued for a full 10 minutes and didn't stop. At the start, Zhong Ling was still worried, but slowly, he felt that the pressure that Shwe Maofei gave him was actually starting to fade. It was like the Sky Fox blood in his body wasn't afraid of Shwe Maofei's grade 8 Sky Fox bloodline. It was even able to go up against him and be on the same level. This was? Zhong Ling was lost for a moment before he was delighted. This was 8 Tails Sky Fox. Who knows who in his Zhong family had stepped into the Saint realm? Or maybe his bloodline had advanced to the 9-tail realm. Bloodline reversal was actually able to allow a branch family member like him to advance his bloodline to 8 tails. In that instance, Zhong Ling had an urge to laugh out loud without caring about anything. Their Zhong family could be considered the Sky Fox Emperor race. In this world, there was no one who could suppress them in terms of bloodline. He opened his eyes and looked opposite, only to see Zhong Han and Zhong Gang open their eyes at the same time, their eyes filled with joy. The other few Zhong family members all had different expressions, but most of them were filled with surprise. This was not only because the people of this race were good at illusionary techniques and spells. This also meant that the 8-tail Shwe family that left, this huge mountain that all the family members were worried about, wasn't a threat anymore. Zhong Ling couldn't help but laugh. Coincidentally, he heard Shwe Maofei laugh. There are still a few days before there will be an outcome in the Dragon Canyon. Grand Elder, please personally write a letter home. You just need to say that there are matters in the family and you need to stay in the ancestral hall for a few days. It is best if you don't make people suspicious. If I have no choice, I don't mind killing. I think you don't want to implicate your family? Zhong Ling laughed coldly in his heart, his lips filled with a mocking expression. If he heard those words 8 minutes ago, it would make him anxious. However, today this person entered an important place of the Zhong family. It was tantamount to seeking death. Since he was able to directly face the pressure of the 8-tailed beast bloodline, it was likely that the entire Zhong clan would not fear it either. Who could Shwe Maofei's words threaten? Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhong Han looking over. He shook his head slightly and rolled his eyes. After thinking about it, Zhong Ling understood what he meant. To use the power of the bloodline to suppress the Zhong family clansmen that numbered close to 70,000, it was far from something that could be done by a mere rank 9. Apart from Shwe Maofei, there should be someone else. Zhong Han's meaning was obviously for him to calm down. They were waiting for the Blood Cloud cavalry to return. The day June Mountain returned to the city would be the day this Shwe family expert would be beheaded. That Shwe Maofei didn't feel anything, turning towards Zhong Gang and smiling. Is Pillar Zhong not willing to agree? It's just an order to move troops into the city. Are you worried that your Juanshang will blame you? Don't worry, at that time, Zhong Shou would either be working for our clan or a puppet under the illusionary heart mirror. He wouldn't be able to do anything to you. I know you're loyal to him, but he's definitely going to lose just because of the seven-tailed blood. You aren't helping him but harming him. If we have no choice but to fight and our Shui family accidentally takes his life, what will happen then? Don't force me to use force. He originally thought that Zhong Gang wouldn't agree. He was just trying his best to persuade him. He had already made up his mind to use the illusionary heart mirror to control this person. With the leader of the right pillars of Gantian Mountain, the 100,000 race troops of the Shui family could silently sneak into the city. However, a moment later, after Zhong Gang kept silent for a moment, he suddenly laughed out loud. The order to move troops is right. Okay, I will sign it. Zhong Ling's eyes squinted and calmed back down. Wipe out all the Shui family clansmen? If he could do that, it would be great. Then, he thought back to the illusionary heart mirror. It was said that it was the treasure of their Sky Fox race. That was a huge headache. However, rumors said that only the top 9-tail bloodline in the race could control it. He remembered that when the Shui family was in the Cloud Desolate era, they were already 8 tails. However, to date, their bloodline still hadn't upgraded to a true direct bloodline. It seemed like within the race, there weren't any truly outstanding people who could strengthen the bloodline. With the ruler's ability, he should be able to easily deal with them. In Dragon Canyon, at the side of that small lake, Zhong Shou woke up in a daze. First, he felt that his body was unusually soft and sore, unable to even open his eyes, much less control the internal energy and vital energy in his body. He waited for a short while before the strength slowly returned to his body. Groaning, Zhong Shou stood up. Then, he heard Tan Qiu scoff coldly, "Why aren't you keeping your body? It is so ugly. Are you showing off to others?" Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, and then he looked towards the lake in front of him. Then, he was startled on the spot. The first thing he saw were the 8 giant fox tails that stretched out hundreds of feet, all of them swaying gently. Pretty much each of them brought with them vast amounts of spiritual energy. 1,000,000 feet around, all the heaven and earth spiritual energy was under the control of these 8 fox tails. It caused his control of the heaven and earth spiritual energy to be close to that of the spirit realm and even be on the same level. Zhong Shou had a feeling that at this moment, he didn't need to chant, hand seals, or spiritual formations to cast all heaven realm spiritual technique. Apart from the foxtails, there were the red flames burning on his body as well as the blue water flames, each occupying half of his body. They went against one another, but under the control of the world's shocking true energy, they could transform one another. Then, behind his back, a pair of 10,000 feet lightning wings spread out. These were the marks of the lightning phoenix mark. Using lightning as wings, they could sweep 1,000 miles. The last thing Zhong Shou noticed was that his face was becoming more and more handsome, filled with a heroic spirit. He thought to himself that this was probably the fox face that people talked about. When this image entered his eyes, the first thought that came to Zhong Shou's mind wasn't anything else but the word, demon. It had a devilish sense of beauty, and also a maniacal aura that was like a wave. With a thought, he withdrew all of the demonic bodies and returned to his normal appearance. During this process, Zhong Shou felt that something was up. He quickly activated his internal energy, and instantly a ball of true qi appeared in his palm. Then, Zhong Shou's brows rose up in shock. Dual meridians, there were no more conflicts. No. There were still some, but it was so weak that it couldn't be detected. At this moment, he was much stronger than that day when he obtained Xianyuan Iran's essence in. As for the specifics, he still didn't know. However, at this moment, when he fought with others, he didn't need to worry about having too much strength and causing bloodline conflict. Joy rose up in his heart, but in just a moment, Zhong Shou calmed down. Who knows when, but the corpses of the two Qilin were brought from the bottom of the lake to the shore. That little puppy was circling around its parents' corpses, continuously running in circles. It was filled with panic and fear, as well as some confusion. Occasionally it would nudge them like it was trying to get them to stand up once more. Zhong Shou sighed, hugging this little puppy into his arms. He patted it lightly, trying his best to calm its emotions. At this moment, Little Gold's head popped out, the front of its head turning into an eye as it looked around. Then, its body changed, turning into a smaller Qilin. It stuck out its tongue and licked the puppy in Zhong Shou's arms. This made the latter feel really confused. Why did it suddenly have another of its kind? However, this aura didn't seem like it. In the end, it slowly calmed down. In the end, it broke free from Zhong Shou's arms and ran to play with Little Gold. You little fellow, at least you have some conscience. Tan Qiu smiled and then asked, It has the life and death contract and life mark left by its father. This little fellow can be considered your natural protector beast. What are you going to name it? Zhong Shou instantly hesitated. He felt that his naming skills were not bad. However, because of the names of these few protector beasts, he was mocked by Iran and Chu Shui many times. Looking closely, when he saw the circular mark at the center of its brows, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that this was really simple. There is a circular mark at the center of its brows, like the shape of a sun. How about we call it Little Sun? He felt really gleeful. This name couldn't be any more fitting. That Tan Qiu nodded slightly. Little Sun? It is barely not bad. Let's hope that this fellow has the ability to roar at the sun in the future. Zhong Shou was startled. Who knows if Tan Qiu heard wrongly or if he did it on purpose. The last sentence probably had a deeper meaning. He remembered that Wei Su was called the Great Sun Knife Saint. He wanted to correct him, but he saw him stare coldly over. Zhong Shou thought about it and decided to go with the flow. This wasn't giving in, but taking in the situation. What was that saying again? Oh, it was called a wise man submits to circumstances. Only then did he notice that there was a girl lying beside Tan Qiu. Looking closely, wasn't it Chu Shui? Her eyes were closed, her head was resting on Tan Qiu's legs, sleeping really sweetly. Zhong Shou's pupils constricted and he instantly calmed down. Instead, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. Didn't he guess it long ago? Why was he so shocked? Following which he felt weird about another matter. What a weird thing, its parents are a wood Qilin and a water Qilin. Why is this little son a fire Qilin? Just now when he hugged the little puppy in his arms, he used his internal energy to check it out. It was indeed the purest fire element. If you ask me, then who should I ask? Who would know about such things? Tan Qiu scoffed in annoyance, however. He seemed to be really satisfied with Zhong Shou changing to the name of Little Sunday. He still frowned and thought about it for a moment. I remember that the Qilins beside the 3 Saint Emperors were all different. Legend had it that the first Saint Emperor had a true Earth Qilin. However, what was weird was that people all said that this person inherited the virtues of heaven and earth and became the emperor of the cloud world. Then, each Saint Emperor had all the Qilins that followed him, their luck and luck were all compatible. Chapter 580. I remember that the Qilins beside the 3 Saint Emperors were all different. Legend had it that the one beside the first Saint Emperor was a true Earth Qilin. However, what was weird was that people all said that this person inherited the virtues of heaven and earth to become the Cloud World Emperor. Then, each Saint Emperor had all the Qilins beside him that were compatible with his fate. As he said that, Tan Qiu's face was filled with a weird expression. His tone became more and more certain. It seems like Qilins are connected to the fate of heaven and earth. Who knows, maybe this fellow was born for you. Is it the 5 virtues of beginning and end? Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. Speaking of which, I got the fire virtue? The fire virtue is intense, and it was said that it could burn everything. It is similar to the great Han Emperor. In his heart, he didn't care much about it. He always didn't care about such superstitious and supernatural matters. Who knows? Tan Xiu could see that Zhong Shou didn't have any sincerity and didn't believe what he said. His lips curled up and he didn't say anything about this matter. Forget it. I am going to leave. You have raised Shui well. However, following you is a waste of her combat martial body talents. Why not follow me? Although his tone was one of asking, it wasn't to be doubted. Zhong Shou didn't have any intention to reject. Instead, he felt happy for Chu Shui. To be able to be personally taught by a Saint Realm expert, this was luck amassed from several lifetimes. He felt slightly weird. Didn't Senior Master come for that Book of Universe? Why are you leaving just like that? Tan Xiu burst out into a laugh. I didn't even snatch the Book of Eon on you. Why would I bother about this Book of Universe whose authenticity is unknown? Following which his expression dimmed. My path foundations are already set. Even if I had it, it would be useless. After I looked at it, it messed up my heart realm. As for you, 2 days have passed and you still don't rush over. That Avicii throne and extreme purple pill are going to fall into the hands of others. Then, he didn't want to say anything more. He carried Chu Shui and was about to leave. However, he heard Zhong Shou laugh again. He seemed to be a little embarrassed as he said, Martial uncle, I wonder what happened on Shangxiao Mountain that day? That day was really dangerous. If I hadn't grasped spirit and martial arts as one and the black and white hole's Dharma idol, I would have died. If that happened, Zhong Shou would lose his life. I don't know who's behind this, but it's really annoying. That Tan Xiu immediately cursed and turned around to shoot a ball of light. Then, he directly stepped into the void in this dangerous Dragon Canyon. As he watched Tan Xiu leave, Zhong Shou frowned slightly. He stood where he was and fell into deep thought. Auspicious beast? Fire virtue? In the past, he might not have cared. But now that he had made up his mind to go against the Liu clan, he had no choice but to take it to heart. It was said that fire was red, so when he returned, he would let all the soldiers in the country change to red clothes and red armor. Speaking of which, his blood cloud cavalry was red, that kind of bloody red. Shaking his head and breaking out into a laugh, Zhong Shou looked at the item in his hand. This should be the compensation that Senior Master gave him. This woman was an elder, so it was okay for her to order him around like a chess piece. However, since he did things, he had to be rewarded. If he didn't, then next time he wouldn't need to go all out. Moreover, if the item was bad, then it wouldn't work. Looking closely, it was a wooden hairpin. The tail was a dragon head, the body was sword-shaped. On it was carved with the words Dragon Pattern Sword. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he casually shook it. When the wooden hairpin was removed, it was a sword. Looking at the quality, it should be a grade 3 magical weapon. The material was also similar. He couldn't help but smile. Whatever he wanted to get would come. He was just worried that he didn't have a suitable weapon. To normal grade 9 cultivators, it wasn't impossible to use this magical treasure. However, their internal energy and soul power would be sucked dry in just a few strikes. To him, it was just nice, so he didn't need to worry about not being able to use it. He could only hope that this dragon pattern sword could last a little longer. Turning his head, Zhong Shou looked at the 2 Qilin corpses. He casually smacked, causing the water Qilin to be frozen in a thick layer of Xian ice. Then, he kept it into his Lingjie ring. A peak god realm Qilin was not only a good crafting material, but it could also be used to craft celestial artifacts. Its internal organs could also be used to refine pills. If he left it here, at most in a few days, it would be stolen by others. Zhong Shou was indebted to it, so he really didn't want this water Qilin to die without a corpse. In the future, if there was a good place, he could let them be buried together to fulfill the wishes of the water Qilin. At this moment, that little puppy also noticed this side. It wasn't in the mood to play with little gold, so it ran back and looked at Zhong Shou with its eyes wide open. To this baby Qilin, in this world, probably only this weird being that had the scent of its father and the same kind of aura could be relied on. Zhong Shou laughed, waiting for little gold to return to his arm. Then, he lifted up the puppy and placed it on his shoulder. "Let's go. Follow me out, and from now on, I guarantee that you will be able to eat and drink well." That little puppy didn't understand what he meant, as it had never heard of human language. However, following which, it sniffed Zhong Shou's body, and after taking in a deep breath, an intoxicated expression appeared on its face. Like it was extremely satisfied, Zhong Shou's aura was just a little and it was already full. At least this eating made it satisfied. It didn't have any reluctance towards the small lake behind it. Zhong Shou smiled and suddenly thought about it. Actually, this puppy was probably 10,000 years old. Calculating its age, it was several times older than him. However, why did it still look like a baby? Was it malnourished? Based on what Tan Qiu said, Qilins didn't eat food from the mortal world, nor did they eat blood, but they were born from energy. Not having enough food was a real possibility. Not bothering much about it, Zhong Shou once again drove his sword into the air, and left far away. Once again entering the Yin mist, Zhong Shou couldn't help but scold out. This Tan Qiu was really annoying. Before she left, why didn't she remind him where the Xiang King tomb was? With the cultivation of this woman, she should know this Yin Dragon Canyon like the back of her hand. If she was willing to give him a few pointers, wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble? Now, he could only search around like a headless fly. His spiritual sense couldn't reach out, and he couldn't see, so he could only use such a dumb method. He heard that some god beasts had abilities similar to the Heaven Eye. They could see through the large world, and everything could be seen with a single glance. All spells, all things like Yin power and vengeful energy, which could block one's spiritual sense, couldn't be stopped. In the future, if he had a chance, he might have to swallow a similar spiritual eye ability. He traveled aimlessly in the air. A moment later, Zhong Shou's heart shook. He noticed that the space here had already stabilized. It wasn't like the outer regions where there would be random space transitions. However, the restrictions here were starting to be perfected. If one didn't pay attention, they might activate it. Even after 10,000 years, even if he was as strong as he was, he didn't dare to say that he could escape unscathed. What was more surprising was that this place didn't look like a spiritual formation and restriction, but more like a seal. Most of the restrictions were targeted internally. Only a small portion. They were targeted externally. It should be to prevent the restrictions here from being broken by others. Zhong Shou started to be careful. He didn't use the Book of Yin. The mind stones in his hand were like they were free as he tossed them out one by one. He used spiritual energy to explode to deduce the location of these restrictions and their effects. Some that were already unstable were directly activated. After a moment, he suddenly sensed something. Zhong Shou's sword body tilted slightly, changing to a different position. Just like that, he traveled forwards for 10 minutes before Zhong Shou suddenly stopped and landed. Then, he saw a petite girl looking forward. Without looking carefully, he knew that it was Zhao Yanran. What he was looking at was a green lotus floating above a piece of land. It seemed like it was about to bloom. The flower buds started to open one by one. Each time it opened, there would be large amounts of Yin energy being absorbed. It was like a bottomless whirlpool. Logically speaking, with so many Yin energy and vengeful energy gathered, this green lotus should be extremely dirty. Looking at the roots, it was indeed extremely ugly and unbearable to look at. Many parts were already rotten. The wounds of the petals were also filled with disgusting patterns. The The smell was so strong that it made one want to vomit. However, when they bloomed, the lotus seeds were green and lustrous like jade. There was no dirt at all and no vengeful energy left behind. It was as if the things that had been refined and absorbed had all been hidden away and disappeared. What a good true lotus! Growing out of the mud but not being stained, there is nothing better than this. Zhong Shou praised, but he didn't reach out to take it. This was a good thing, but it wasn't his. Anyways, if Zhao Yanran ate it, he would also gain some benefit. Zhao Yanran was surprised, keeping all the petals of the true lotus. If she ate this, it would be equivalent to 10 years of internal energy cultivation. It wasn't of much use to her, but it would save her a lot of cultivation effort. If she ground it and diluted it, she could refine it into pills. If she let her fellow sect members in 7 Spirit Sect eat it, if they were lucky, they could directly step from grade 5 to grade 6. Only then did she turn around and ask curiously, "Why are you only here now?" Following which she felt that Zhong Shou's current situation was different from when he entered. His aura was more restrained, like he was deeper and deeper in the ocean, tough to see how deep he was. Zhong Shou didn't reply, directly asking, "Why did you stop here? Did you see my Ruoshui? What about Leidong and Buhui?" "I stopped here because I can't enter anymore." Zhao Yanran looked forwards, her eyes filled with helplessness. "I don't know about Leidong and Jin Buhui, but not long ago I saw Ruoshui enter." As for how Ruoshui entered, Zhao Yanran didn't say. A bad feeling rose up in Zhong Shoxin's heart. Was it Ruoshui? Chapter 581. Ruoshui entered? How did she get in? A bad feeling rose up in Zhong Shoxin's heart. Did something happen to Ruoshui? He also felt weird. This place was covered in restrictions, and even Zhao Yanran was stopped here. Ruoshui was only grade 7 and her spiritual cultivation was much weaker than Zhao Yanran's. How could she pass? It should be a bloodline ability. Zhao Yanran frowned and was deep in thought. At the start she was the same as me, trapped not far away. At that time, Jueyu happened to pass by and for some reason, Jueyu disappeared. No shadow, no form, no tracks. He probably used a stealth technique to follow that Wuxuan in. Zhong Shou's brows rose, thinking to himself that Ruoshui wasn't a rash person. Why did she take such a risk this time? Then who else entered from here apart from Jueyu? My luck was good and I arrived here 2 days ago. I saw Osamu Hara and Li Wuhui. As for that Tai Chi, Wuxuan and Xiao Xiangzi, they all passed. There were also many whose names I didn't remember. I originally wanted to wait for Lei Dong to rush over and let him bring me in. In the end, for some reason that fellow still hasn't come over. And that Jingyin, who knows where she went? Zhong Shou didn't listen to Zhao Yanran's grumbles. When he heard those few names, his heart jumped. That bad feeling became thicker and thicker. A sense of eagerness rose up in his chest, like if he delayed for even a moment, something that he would regret for the rest of his life might happen. He wasn't in the mood to speak anymore. Zhong Shou waved his sleeves and pulled Zhao Yanran up. With a thought, the dragon-patterned sword was already in his hand. Following which he didn't bother about anything and directly charged forwards. In an instant, he flashed 100,000 feet, triggering numerous restrictions, causing thousands of black void blades to whistle over. Just as Zhao Yanran was shocked, thinking to herself that Zhong Shou was crazy, Zhong Shou's expression changed. However, a green sword light suddenly spread out. Tens of thousands of light shadows charged forward like a sword tide. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were sent out, all of which were concentrated in an area of 10 feet around the two of them. Where the blade light pointed at, all the restrictions were smashed apart. They traveled through the air at a crazy speed. Like a broken bamboo, 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. As time passed, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Zhong Shou's lips. However, that sword aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even fiercer and sharper. It was as if there was an endless amount of power surging out. The sword's shadow was only 10 feet long, but it seemed to be able to cover the sky. His gaze was as cold as ice. At this moment, what blocked in front of him, not to mention the restrictions here, but even if it were those gods and Buddhas, he would still smash them. There was a cold smile on the corner of his lips. If something really happened to Ruoxue, he would definitely be able to kill her. If anything happened to Ruoxue, be it Osamu Hara or Tai Chi, everyone would be buried along with her. Within the dark and lightless underground cave, Ruoxue silently slid about in the tunnel. She was like a black shadow, using the darkness and Yin power to cover. She was like a fish in water, unable to be seen at all. Within this tomb, she had already searched for a full day and roughly understood the geography of this place. The cavern here was extremely huge. There were hundreds of branches, and they extended for over 1,700 miles from north to south. They were all connected to one another, forming a huge maze. It was said that the Xiang King tomb was here. Who knows where it was hidden? Anyways, she wasn't able to find any clues at all. This place was covered in spiritual restrictions. Luckily, for some reason, many places were destroyed. It was like some power from the depths of the cave had broken down bit by bit during these 10,000 years, breaking the restrictions. This was why most of the time she didn't need to care. However, Ruoxue knew that she needed to be more careful. This place was filled with experts, especially at the core of the cave. There were 40 over grade 9 cultivators. A few of them were the top experts of the cloud world. For example, Jueyu Osamu Hara. For example, Tai Chi Wuxuan. This was why she couldn't be careless at all. During this day, she could only hide far away and search outside. Originally, with her personality, she would rather hide in her young master's bed and sleep than take such a risk. However, a few days ago, she personally heard Xianyuan Iran mention it. Young master seemed to have gone through something and didn't have much lifespan left. After entering Yin Dragon Canyon, she coincidentally heard 2 grade 8 Taoist faction cultivators discussing the Xiang King tomb and the extreme purple pill. For some reason, Zhong Shou still hadn't arrived. Now, she could only rely on her. She might not be able to succeed, but she had to try her best. She stuck close to the stone wall, sticking close to it as she walked. Ruoxue walked while feeling around. The Yin power and vengeful energy here was much thicker than outside. The spiritual restrictions here had the ability to bewitch one's mind. Many times, her 5 senses and spiritual sense were useless, and she could only rely on her touch. Suddenly, a weird feeling spread out from her fingertip. Although the stone she touched was still firm and ice-cold, it wasn't as thick as before. However, it was no longer as thick as before. It felt as if something was flowing behind it. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of kong-kong. Ruoxue was startled. In feng shui, there were always blessed lands and bad spots. However, within this cave, in terms of feng shui, there were many grade 9 cultivators gathered at the decent spots. Ruoxue wanted to fight with these people, which was why she searched in such a place, even if she knew that it was a waste of effort. But right now, beside her was an unmistakable land of evil. She didn't understand feng shui, but she knew that the vengeful energy and Yin power here was several times thicker than other places. Her actions stopped. Ruoxue thought about it for a moment before she continued to search around. In just a moment, she had a judgment. Behind the stone wall, it was really empty. She carefully took out a few pills and mixed them. She rubbed them on the stone wall. Ruoxue used spells to summon a ball of liquid and sprinkled it over. It instantly gave out a light sizzling sound as well as a nose-piercing white smoke. However, Ruoxue took out a spiritual artifact dagger and started to cut. The stone wall that was originally really firm, even magical treasure-grade weapons wouldn't be able to damage it. However, it was really soft and she easily cut it open. In just a few times, the stone wall was dug open. Ruoshue's expression was more wary as she nervously walked into the tomb room. The first thing she paid attention to was the stone coffin at the center of the vast tomb room. The coffin lid was half open, shocking Ruoshue. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. Inside was a set of golden silk clothes. Along with it was a large halberd and a bow. This should be the sub-tomb of the Xiong king, the cenotaph. Looking around once more, Ruoshue's eyes were filled with joy. Although it was a sub-tomb, there were many items along with the coffin. She picked those chests that looked the most expensive and opened them, only to see that they were all normal items. If it wasn't armor, then it was some pearls and jades. Ruoshue couldn't help but frown. An emperor who once unified the Cloud Continent, someone who was said to be invincible in the world, actually only had these few items to be buried with him. Even if it was a sub-tomb, it was really poor. Until Ruoshue opened one of the small boxes did her eyes light up. A fragrance assaulted her, the color was purple. After it appeared, the room was instantly filled with light. The surrounding power and vengeful energy were all pushed 10 feet away. The size of a dragon eye, a row of 3. They seemed to have a mind of their own, trying to break free from her hands. Extreme purple pill? Ruoshue's eyes lit up, filled with joy. She knew that this was definitely the extreme purple pill. One extreme purple pill was said to be able to extend one's lifespan by 30 years. Adding in all that, her ruler could at least live for 50 to 60 years, right? Then there wouldn't be any danger. With Zhongshu's ability, he should be able to break through the barriers from heaven and break through to spirit realm. To extend his lifespan by another 1,000 years, she could live up to what the previous ruler entrusted her with, her lips curled up in joy. Just as Ruoshue was about to keep it into her heaven and earth bag, she felt a vast wind strike her. Let go. This spiritual item has its own master. How is it something a maidservant like you can covet? Ruoshue's expression changed. She didn't even turn her head as she stabbed out with her sword. With a loud ping, the sword in her hand was instantly smashed into pieces. Ruoshue was also sent flying. Along the way, all the neatly arranged boxes and weapons were smashed into pieces. It left a shallow imprint on the ground before finally crashing into the stone wall. Only then did it stop abruptly. The dizziness in Ruoshue's head had just subsided when her limbs and body lost all feeling. Her body felt like it was being cut by knives, extremely uncomfortable. That voice made a sound and then gave out an extremely unhappy cold scoff. Bitch, you actually have some skill. A person appeared from the dust and smoke. It was Xiaoxiangzi. He was standing on a banana leaf as he slowly flew over. His left hand spread out and the spiritual energy in the air gathered into a giant hand. It grabbed down from afar. He heard a laugh from the side. What good luck, not being able to find the main tomb but finding benefits in this sub-tomb. Brother Xiaoxiangzi, everyone has a share, you can't take the benefits all to yourself. When that voice rang out, Xiaoxiangzi's eyes constricted. That giant palm didn't stop, grabbing towards Ruoshue's medicine pill. Ruoshue's eyes opened wide, 6 foxtails spread out behind her and a dagger stabbed forwards. Boom! Another thunderous boom was heard, and the entire stone room shook for a moment. Ruoshue's mouth instantly spat out a blood mist. Her internal organs were pretty much all smashed into pieces. Xiaoxiangzi was startled as he looked towards Ruoshue. He originally didn't want to harm her life, he just needed to get the item. At this moment, his killing intent was hidden. However, when he looked at her, he saw that her eyes were deathly cold. Like she was using her eyes to tell him that she wouldn't let go of the pill in her hand, even if she died. Wu Xian chuckled. Fellow cultivator Xiao Xiang, so you are still so soft-hearted? Since this woman doesn't know what is good for her, then let's just kill her. He struck out with a palm, the wind charged up like a mountain smacking down. Chapter 583. When that energy slapped over, Xiao Xiangzi frowned. He was a little unhappy, but he didn't stop it. Anyways, he was already filled with killing intent towards this girl. As for who she died to, he was too lazy to care. A deathly glow appeared in Ruoshui's eyes. Her thoughts were really calm. She thought to herself that she was definitely going to die. She felt a little sorry for the promise she made to the late ruler. Would the young ruler feel sad about her death? He would probably scold her for being an idiot? Just as she was thinking about that, a sword shadow struck from the other side. Halfway there, it stirred up spiritual energy. The sword wind passed over and broke the strong star fist shadow, following which thousands of spiritual energy exploded, causing all the remaining energy to scatter. None of it could be added to Ruoshui's body. Was it the young ruler? Joy appeared in Ruoshui's eyes. A moment later, she felt that it wasn't right. She had seen this spiritual explosion sword before. Turning his head, as expected, he saw Yuan Wushang's ashen white face smiling as he walked over. Oh, what a coincidence, I accidentally saw someone doing bad things. Who knew that there would be a day when I, Osamu Hara, would be a good person? Wuxuan's brows rose up as he looked over. Then, he laughed. Do you want to protect her? Do we have a relationship, or are you enlightened, knowing the benefits of a woman and falling for her? Nonsense, my life is focused on the sword. Women are the most problematic things. Even if I want to find a partner, I won't be interested in such a rash girl like her. Osamu Hara shook his head in disdain. We don't have a relationship. I am just afraid of her master. He looked at Wuxuan. If I let her die in your hands today, I will make that person furious. I am afraid none of us will be able to survive under his sword. No one will be able to walk out of this Dragon Canyon. That person? You are talking about Zhongshou? Wuxuan laughed out loud, his voice filled with mocking intent. So the so-called sword maniac is just like that. Zhongshou's strength was not bad, but it was only outside the Dragon Valley. The resentment and energy here was blocked, and there were no blood cloud cavalry. How much ability could a 9th stage spirit cultivator have? His fame is all based on flattery. He then clenched his fists and said, In front of me, Wu Profound, even if you are the reincarnation of the sword god, you still have to kneel down and bow down to me. Flattery? Osamu Hara chuckled. Zhongshou's reputation had been boosted. In that case, he, Osamu Hara, naturally had an undeserved reputation. Probably in the eyes of those cultivators, people like them who focused on the sword and had some achievements in this path weren't comparable to the people in the vast habitats who could merge spirit and martial arts. Although there was the Battle of Mysterious Cloud Mountain, in the eyes of most people, it was because the Blood Cloud Cavalry was too strong. Xinxiao's death was also a punishment given by the World Protector sovereigns. However, did all of you know that when Zhongshou merged spirit and martial arts, it might have been before grade 4? In this world, no one should be able to do that. He was unique. Osamu Hara couldn't, Tai Chi couldn't, Xiao Xiangzi couldn't either. As for Wuxuan, he was far from it. Who was he? To make the sword god bow down? To think that this person could say such words? He decided to not bother about this fellow. Osamu Hara directly looked at Xiao Xiangzi. Then what do you say, cultivator Xiao Xiangzi? People who came from the demon path were mostly affected by the demon path cultivation method. Their brains were fried. Even if there were some who weren't affected, most of them were weird and not easy to deal with. This Xiao Xiangzi should be much calmer and more rational than Wuxuan. He only felt really annoyed. If it wasn't for his injuries, why would he need to discuss with others and look at their expressions? If he felt unhappy, then he would just slash with his sword. Xiao Xiangzi was expressionless, his hands behind his back. His tone didn't fluctuate at all. I have to get this extreme purple pill. No matter whose maid she is, even if she is a Taishang princess, I will take it. Gantian Mountain was strong, especially near its capital. However, people like him naturally had a way to escape out of Dragon Canyon. No matter how crazy Zhongsho was, would he dare to be enemies with the vast habitat? Song Xingdao was able to destroy the Blood Cloud Cavalry, and now there were over 10 Taoist sections. Couldn't he wipe out those 4,000 cavalry? This bitch, so be it if he killed her. Osamu Hara frowned and looked at Ruoshui. He blinked his eyes and signaled with his eyes, thinking that if this thing was gone, then it was gone. To be able to keep his life was the most important thing. Once Zhongsho rushed over, would the two of them be able to escape from his hands? With that fellow's ability, Wuxuan and Xiaoxiangzi were destined to be unlucky. He saw Ruoshui shake her head, the glow in her eyes dimming. The hand holding the extreme purple pill tightened. Osamu Hara was stunned, and then he wanted to scold out. At such a time, you could have just taken a step back and it would have been solved. You dumb woman, why are you being so stubborn? In his heart, he respected her. If it was him, he would most probably do the same. He definitely wouldn't lower his head. However, this had caused him a lot of trouble. When Wuxuan saw the situation, he laughed out loud. He is asking to die. You can't blame me. He threw out a punch, gathering his supreme force and smashing it down like a giant hammer. However, the direction of the fist, rather than saying it was to kill Ruoshui, it was more like it was aimed at Osamu Hara. Within the fist wind, it was like it contained a world. Ghosts cried out, demons shrieked. Osamu Hara's eyes squinted, thinking to himself that this was the fist intent of hell? He scoffed and a sword light rose up. In a breath, numerous sword rain storms bloomed in front of him. Layer by layer, it weakened the fist attack and broke the energy. However, at the very last moment, just as he was about to completely break this fist, a voice suddenly rang out. The true chi in his body was suddenly empty. With a loud explosion, the wounds on Osamu Hara's body exploded open, blood spurting out. His entire body also retreated explosively. Just as he was about to smash into the stone wall behind him, Osamu Hara frowned. He could sense Ruoshui, who was on her last breaths behind him. If he retreated any more, this maidservant beside Zhongsho wouldn't be able to survive. He could only forcefully stand up and block the remnant energy of the wind. Then, the left half of his body that had just recovered this month was smashed into pieces. What sword maniac, the head of the 3 pinnacle swords of the cloud world. It seems like it is just so pitifully weak. Wuxuan scoffed, his voice filled with cold mocking intent. When Osamu Hara heard that, he only felt like he was going crazy. He laughed helplessly in his heart. Hey, this was really a case of a tiger being bullied by dogs. If he wasn't injured so badly, unable to use 50% of his internal energy, unable to even merge spirit and martial arts, how would he be in such a bad state? In the past, this Wuxuan was just a slightly eye-piercing trash in his eyes. Who knew that today he would be able to bully Osamu Hara? Zhongsho, who knows if your maidservant dies today, will you regret injuring me so badly? He also felt weird. Didn't he hate this Zhongsho so much? This time, he might have died because of that fellow's woman. This time he really died in such a messy manner. After Wuxuan said that, he turned around and asked curiously, Tai Chi, your so-called 6 pinnacle swords of the cloud world are only at such a standard? Don't you feel ashamed being in the same team as these people? Pretty much ruining the reputation of your Kenzo sect. The moment he said that, another group of people walked out from the mist. The one at the front was Tai Chi. Ruotao was amongst them, his brows furrowed. After walking 300 feet out, Tai Chi stopped, shaking his head slightly. The name of Pinnacle Sword is given by those bored cultivators. It has nothing to do with me. Tai Chi, don't drag the Kenzo sect into your matters. That Wu Profound laughed involuntarily and grabbed with his big hand towards Yuan Wushang. However, He only felt another sword shadow shining behind him, splitting into two, two into four, until it split into 100, threatening him. Wuxuan only turned his head, only to see that it was that spiritual sword Ruotao. He couldn't help but laugh. So, your Kenzo sect still wants to interfere in this matter? A dark glow flashed across Tai Chi's eyes. He coldly looked towards Ruotao, like he was really unhappy and also wanted to warn him to stop. The stage 9 cultivators behind him were also extremely dissatisfied, revealing a hint of annoyance. Ruotao was already controlling close to 100 sword shadows. At this moment he could only stop, his expression helpless. Junior brother, Gantian Mountain Zong Shou is close to Leidong and Suhan. I heard that they even became sworn brothers. This girl is related to Zong Shou. Since you and I have seen her, we have to save her. The moment he said those words, the few grade 9 cultivators beside him weren't moved at all, their expressions were ice cold. Ruotao's voice suddenly paused, like he thought about something. Speaking of which, recently within the sect, there were people complaining that Leidong and Wujua Villa were too close to Gantian Mountain. Before the mysterious Cloud Spirit sect was wiped out, there were many people who were worried that the Kenzo sect and Gantian Mountain were too close and that they would be dragged into the Donglin conflict. Even after the matter, there were still many people who were unhappy. They weren't willing to admit that they were wrong, instead they went from bad to worse. They felt that Gantian Mountain wouldn't last for long and that the day of its destruction was not far away. Tai Chi was one of the God Emperor candidates and most probably didn't care about this matter. Even if they were narrow-minded, they would see that Zong Shou as an enemy, a strong enemy. He only thought that since this girl was related to Leidong, then he definitely couldn't sit still and not do anything. He didn't think about that. Saying those words would only cause the few grade 9 elders who followed along to resist. He couldn't help but feel emotional. He focused on the sword path and wasn't sensitive to such matters. His ability to control people's hearts was far from his junior brother Feng's, spirit and martial arts merging into one. His heart was great. No wonder so many elders of the Kenzo sect would choose him. They would give up on him and choose junior brother Feng to be the successor of the Kenzo sect. Just as he was thinking about that, he heard a slightly mocking voice ring out in his ear. This time, the Sword Palace head and the various elders personally instructed us to come to Dragon Canyon. Junior brother Feng will be in charge of everything. Is senior brother Ruotao going to ignore the orders of your master and act on your own? Ruotao's eyes turned sharp as he turned around and looked towards where the voice came from. He saw that it was the 20-year-old teen standing beside Tai Chi. Chapter 584. Ruotao's eyes turned sharp as he turned around and looked towards where the voice came from, only to see that the person who spoke was the 20-year-old teen standing beside Tai Chi. He couldn't help but feel rage building up in his chest. Yen Rui, you dare to speak to me like that? Yen Rui was shocked, following which he laughed coldly. Although you are my senior brother, your sword skills are stronger than mine. However, no matter how big the world is, it can't be bigger than logic. Am I wrong? You want me to fall out with you because of a cheap servant? Enough. Tai Chi suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted the two of them. Although he was unhappy, he didn't have any intentions of scolding them. He expressionlessly looked at Ruotao. Tai Chi only knows that this Osamuhara has a lot of hatred in his life and has killed many people. He is recognized as an evil person. Gantian Mountain has nothing to do with our Kenzo sect. If senior brother wants to save him, I know that I am young and don't have the ability to control you. I will just look on from the side. Ruotao was startled, following which his heart was filled with bitterness. What a young and don't have the ability to control him. He was obviously saying that he, Ruotao, was arrogant and unruly. If he dared to attack today, the elders of the 10,000 sword vast habitat would think that he was useless. As expected from someone from the Feng family, his heart was really scheming. At this moment, he was really envious of Lei Dong. Although he was from a side branch of the Kenzo sect, he did whatever he wanted and wasn't like him who was restricted everywhere. He held the sword in his hand, but he felt numerous threads locking it down. It was formless and formless, restricting his heart such that he was unable to slash out. He said that it started a few years ago. Since Tai Chi lost to him when he joined the sect stopped him from attacking junior brother Feng. Even if they sparred occasionally, he couldn't win. Some of the matters that he took up had to be passed over. He also had to follow the sect rules. Often some small matters would be dealt with by the discipline hall elders. He also couldn't leave the 10,000 sword vast habitat and couldn't be as carefree as before. He also implicated a few senior brothers who were close to him and were punished. Speaking of which, he was too spoiled in the past. The elders in the vast habitat might have tolerated him for a long time. These methods were to make him remember his place, right? They wanted to smooth out his horns, which was why they beat him like that. The future head of the Kenzo sect had a better person. In the eyes of the elders, junior brother Feng was destined to step into the saint realm. Even if he was weaker than him now, he would surpass him one day. If he, Ruotao, was willing to assist junior brother Feng, that would be for the best. He hesitated, wondering if he should draw his sword and break through all of this without caring about anything else, no longer being restricted by this. However, when the gazes of those few elders became increasingly gloomy and displeased, Lin Fan's expression became even more gloomy. In the end, Ruotao sighed and sheathed his sword. His heart was filled with thoughts as he stood rooted to the spot and didn't say anything. He was an orphan who was adopted by the sword sect and grew up in the 10,000 sword vast habitat. In the end, he was unable to cut off this bond. Seeing that, Wu Profound chuckled and raised his thick eyebrows. "Brother Feng, why do you have to do this?" "Actually, I want to try and see what kind of ability the last of the 6 pinnacle swords, spiritual sword Ruotao, has. Was he also like Yuan Wushang, overconfident in his reputation? Someone like you is really boring." When spiritual sword Ruotao heard that, his expression didn't change and he kept silent. His eyes were filled with sadness. Although he was standing amongst the people of the Kenzo sect, it made one feel like there was an invisible mark between him and the others. However, the moment Wuxuan said those words, another sigh sounded out. "I can't take it anymore." The voice was young, filled with energy and was unusually vigorous. A white-robed young man walked out of the Yin mist as soon as he finished speaking. He first looked at Ruotao, his face filled with pity. Then, he looked towards Ruoshui who was behind Osamu Hara. "Brother Wuxuan, even if this Osamu Hara dies, it has nothing to do with me. Only this maid can't die." Wuxuan's brows furrowed as he looked back at Li Wuhui. Thinking to himself, why is there someone who wants to stand up for this bitch? Wasn't this knife Lord Li Wuhui the one who fought with Zhong Shou on Mysterious Cloud Mountain? It was said that he was injured by the Gantian Mountain Monster King, and when he was about to lose, he knew that he had a chance to escape. In such a situation, even if he didn't hate Zhong Shou, he wouldn't help a small maidservant to form grievances with him. Looking at the Gantian Mountain Monster King, he didn't look like someone who had a lot of friends. Xiaoxiang Zi, who was looking on quietly at the side, exclaimed, not understanding. "I recognize this girl, she is called Ruoshui. She should be considered Zhong Shou's senior sister. Since that Monster King is willing to wipe out the entire Mysterious Cloud Mountain for one Xianyuan Iran. Today, because of this girl's death, he might kill all of us here. I, Li Wuhui, am still no match for him at this moment. Helplessly, I can only help him protect her." As he said that, Li Wuhui stood in front of Osamu Hara and Ruoshui, pulling out a long knife and holding it by his side. I advise the two of you to stop in time, don't let things get out of hand. Also, don't keep saying that the 6 pinnacle swords have an undeserved reputation. Out of the 6 of them, apart from Tai Chi who doesn't live up to his name, any one of them isn't someone you can offend. Before he finished, Yen Rui burst out laughing. You are exaggerating, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. To say that junior brother Feng doesn't live up to his name, what a joke. How stupid. Li Wuhui looked coldly at Yen Rui and didn't say anything. He waved his knife and the space in front of him seemed to be sliced apart, giving one a really weird feeling. Before this, he was holding his knife, but now he was pointing it in front of him. However, in between these two moments it was like it didn't exist. Li Wuhui also didn't move at all. As for whether or not he was exaggerating, he would find out the truth with his knife. Wu Xuan's eyes constricted. This is time knife intent. You actually mastered the blade of time. Li Wuhui's strength was far from what he expected. All of a sudden, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was eager to try. That feeling of being provoked and looked down upon caused him to feel exceptionally irritated. Very good. Everyone says that this Zhong show is so good. Today I have to kill this girl. Let's see what he can do to me. That Ruotao is a coward and can't fight. You are as famous as the 6 pinnacle swords and it seems like you have some skill. Even if I lose to you today, it will be the same. I want to see how much of your time knife intent has been cultivated to. What 6 pinnacle swords? Is it something that I can't afford to offend? Xiao Xiangzi, no matter what, this matter started because of you, what do you think? Before he finished, Osamu Hara's eyes were filled with mocking intent. His current situation was extremely unfavorable. Everyone could step on him. However, if he offended Zhong Shou, the outcome would be totally different. At this moment, he was already guessing what kind of outcome this Wu Xuan would end up in. Even Li Wuhui had a smile that didn't look like a smile. Looking at Wu Xuan's words, it was really amusing. Why did it feel like a mantis in a well that didn't know the light of heaven and earth was waving its knife arm and looking down on the eagle flying in the sky? The expressions of the two of them caused Wu Xuan's face to turn green and cold. Xiao Xiangzi's eyes constricted. Thinking to himself, why were both Li Wuhui and Osamu Hara like that? Was it because they were on good terms with Zhong Shou or were they really so afraid of that person? Since he was able to cultivate the time knife intent, then this Li Wuhui's strength wasn't weak. Even if he didn't merge spirit and martial arts, he could be considered an amazing person. Why was he willing to offend the two of them and not Zhong Shou who hadn't even arrived? It seemed like it was because he cultivated bitterly and didn't have enough prestige in the cloud world. He was unhappy, but he had to get that purple pill. However, he didn't act rashly, turning around and asking a 60-year-old Taoist beside him, Senior Master Wuji, what do you think? If you want to do it, then do it. Wuji smiled. You are the future head of Dowling Vast Habitat. In this world, there is nothing you can't do. There is also no one you can't offend. Why do you need to ask me what you want to do? A small Gantian mountain, a Zhong Shou. They aren't even in the eyes of our vast habitat. Speaking of which, Senior Brother Wuji, I have a headache that you are too gentle and don't have the dominance of a Taoist faction head. Xiao Xiangzi nodded his head like he understood something, following which he smiled. It is my heart that isn't calm, my personality is a little weak. This purple pill is something our vast habitat wants, so why do we need to hesitate? Since you aren't willing to give it up, then we can kill you. He didn't reply to Wu Xuan, casually waving his sleeves. Suddenly, light shone, a sky full of stars appeared behind him, like it was really the bright starry sky above the cloud world. He pointed into the distance and instantly dozens of starlight separated from the night sky. They fell towards the 3 people in front of him. Li Wuhui didn't speak, his body didn't move. Dozens of saber lights flashed one after another, shattering the starlight one after another. His eyelids twitched, showing a shocked expression. The starlight seemed fleeting and had no strength at all. However, each point was as heavy as 100,000-foot mountain, containing tens of millions of kilograms of strength. This was also spirit and martial arts merging, but it was different from them. They focused on martial arts, merging their soul power and spiritual energy into their martial path. As for Xiao Xiangzi, he focused on soul power, merging his internal energy and true qi into his spells. Pretty much each starlight he received, Li Wuhui had to take half a step back, leaving a mark under his feet. Coincidentally, after he got used to the rhythm of the starlight, he saw Wu Xuan suddenly attack. A black light hand grabbed towards the purple pill in Ruoshui's hand. Li Wuhui's brows furrowed, following which he laughed, his eyes filled with a cold intent. Wasn't it just spirit and martial arts merging? Don't look down on people. In this world, it isn't only the two of you who are the top talents. In this world, only Zhongshou, Jueyu, and Osamu Hara were worthy to be his opponent. Who are you, Wu Xuan? With a swift slash, it directly broke through the boundary of time. This was the blade of time. Chapter 585. Outside of the underground cave, in a swamp outside of the entrance, an old monk in a monk robe was holding a staff. His brows were slightly furrowed as he looked below in a certain direction. They should have started fighting. Weird. Xiang King main tomb. Those two things shouldn't have appeared yet. It is the extreme purple pill in the sub-tomb. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. No wonder. However, these two juniors are really amazing. Although the spiritual wave is about to rise, in just a short 20 years, there are so many talents. It is really unbelievable. Jingyin walked to the side and followed the footsteps of the old monk. She said with a weird expression, "Senior Master Zifang, can we really not search for the Xiang King main tomb and just stay outside?" When Zifang heard that, he broke out into a laugh, using the staff in his hand to knock Jingyin's head. Since our Buddhist faction doesn't want the God-Emperor position and also doesn't want to be a tyrant, then what is the point of having the Avicii throne? As for the extreme purple pill, the Buddha is merciful. After we die, there will naturally be a paradise to accommodate us. It doesn't matter if we have more or less lifespan. If the universe creation records really appear, then we can fight for it. Even to my Buddhist faction, this book is of great benefit to me. As for the other things, we don't have to. Jingyin let out a soft as a look of confusion appeared on her face. She was finding it weird that since the 10,000 Buddha vast habitat didn't come for the Avicii throne and extreme purple pill, then why did they bring so many fellow cultivators? Their aura was huge, no weaker than that of the Taoist and demon faction. Our Buddhist faction only took root in the cloud world after the Xiang King died. However, due to a coincidence, we found out about some secrets about him. Zifang shook his head slightly. However, he didn't mind and explained, although this person died, it was said that after he killed himself, his corpse collapsed. His corpse stood erect for nearly a month, and his resentment soared to the heavens. The great Han dynasty ruler couldn't bear to touch his corpse. He allowed his remaining subordinates to collect his corpse. However, no matter where he was placed, there would be many disasters and grievous energy would boil. In the end, he was helpless and could only bury the Xiang King in an empty land within the Cloud Dream swampland. Jingyin listened quietly. These things had nothing to do with her, but they sounded interesting. Following which Zifang sighed and looked around. However, 10,000 years later, look here. The excellent location of the tomb had become an extremely dangerous place. Mist gathered and resentment surged. In addition to the Avicii throne that was refined with the blood of the royal families of the 6 states, I really can't be at ease. As he said that, Zifang took out a golden pillar and stabbed it into the ground. It was about 200 feet long, and its surface was densely packed with scripture characters. With a single glance, Jingyin knew that what was inscribed on it was the central Agama Dape demon subduing scripture, the great Tibetan Vajra demon subduing scripture, as well as the Ksitigarbha Sutra used for transcendence. He couldn't help but let out an as he understood. Senior uncle is worried that King Xiang will come back to life? Of course, it wasn't a true resurrection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed these two kinds of powers demon subduing scriptures. It's not time yet. It's better to be prepared. Zifang had a helpless expression. After King Qi, there were a total of 3 invincible overlords in this world: Xiang Chu Overlord, Ran Wu Heavenly King, and Lu Wushuang. They were all heroes of their generation, but they all died miserably. None of them were people who didn't make one worry. As he said that, Zifang smiled and asked, "Jingyin, why are you here? Could it be because of that immeasurable light and endless darkness?" Jingyin exclaimed. She didn't want to lie and wasn't willing to say anything. She could only keep silent. The Buddhist faction had over 10 sections. Although they were peaceful amongst themselves, there was still competition. She also didn't know whether or not she should speak of this matter in front of this old monk. Zifang didn't care at all, saying, "Don't worry. This matter is really important to our Buddhist faction. The various sects in the world are all happy to see this happen. Let me guess, is that Zhao Yanran the person your Jingtu sect is interested in? This girl is not bad, but she doesn't have a dual meridian body. Does she have any other benefits? Just now I looked at her. She seems to be cultivating with the 7 Spirit sect Cauldron Energy Seed technique, which is why she is improving so quickly. However, it seems like she is reversing the seed. The more she benefits, the harder it is for her to break free from the control of the person who cast the technique on her." Jingyin was instantly stunned. Reversing the seed? She didn't pay attention to it in the past. She only felt that Zhao Yanran's improvement was a little too quick. She remembered that when they first met, she was just at grade 7, but now she was already at the peak of grade 7. She originally thought that Zhao Yanran was really talented, but now she knew that it was because of the demon path technique. If that was the case, then the person who became the seed cauldron was definitely that Zhongsho. He most probably used some method to force Zhao Yanran. Thinking back to Kong Yao, who was still forcefully locked up in Gantian Mountain, Jingyin confirmed her guess. This Zhongsho forcefully locked her up because of her beauty, and then purposely spread rumors to ruin her reputation. Such a vicious person, what methods wouldn't he use? How despicable and annoying. Speaking of which, the most important thing now wasn't to convince Yanran to convert to Buddhism. Instead, it was to unravel the relationship between the two of them. Just as she was thinking about that, she heard Zifang scoff. "However, this time Senior Linghai really made a mistake in letting you do this." Jingyin was startled when she heard that. Then, her face flushed red and she knew what Zifang meant. Linghai wanted her to return to the secular world, but she couldn't tell others his intentions. After knowing that this person who had unlimited light and endless darkness was actually a girl, she relaxed a little. She was truly relieved. If she really did that kind of thing, she would really be embarrassed to death. At this moment, Zifang exclaimed, raising his head and looking into the sky. Following Zhang Xian's line of sight, a silhouette suddenly descended from above. Like a star falling, when it was 30,000 feet, she finally saw clearly that it was a ball of sword light. Sharp. Extreme. The sword light was extremely sharp. The layers of sealing runes in the sky shone continuously as countless spiritual spells were activated. However, they were all forcefully broken by that sword light. Continuously striking, continuously stabbing, unable to stop it for even a moment. This was Zhongsho? And Zhao Yanran? The moment such a thought rose up in her head, Jingyin heard Zifang take in a deep cold breath. Strong. So strong. Who knew that such a top overlord would appear in this world? See, sword soul intermediate realm, spirit and martial arts merging into one. Is this person that Gantian mountain monster king? What's the matter that made you so anxious? The energy surged. When it reached 1,000 feet, it actually didn't go to the entrance. It directly chose the direction where Zifang was looking at the abnormal spiritual energy. It directly smashed down, the vast sword light first dissipating the mud. The stone layer below that was as hard as a magic tool was also completely shaved into pieces. Then, with a loud explosion, Jingyin retreated dozens of steps. Her face was ashen white. Where the knife shadow passed, the black hand was instantly broken, but it didn't stop. Like it broke through space and struck right at Wuxuan. Wu Profound was slightly shocked. Suddenly, a wave of fear struck his heart. Without hesitation, he hollered out, vital energy surging as he punched out with 2 fists. The hellish fist intent had almost turned the entire chamber into a living hell. Buddhists had a Buddhist country in their palms. At this moment, his fist seemed to contain an evil ghost world. Only to hear a light clang where the knife light passed, pretty much everything was sliced apart. The specks of stars and the howling malicious ghosts were also easily cut apart. Since he could slash open space, why couldn't he slash open this small starry sky? A world that wasn't strong enough. Those grade 9 cultivators only saw the bodies of the 2 of them flashing. Knife and fist in the starry sky, they clashed dozens of times. Under the knife energy and fist energy, all the buried items in the room were all wiped out. Osamu Hara's lips twitched, following which he silently changed positions. He was closer to Ruoshui in case this woman was affected by the shock waves of the intense battle between the 3 of them. However, his body was shaking and he coughed from time to time. Just a moment later, Wuxuan finally backed off. His face was dark and sunken. His fists were still tightly clenched, but they were trembling slightly. Looking closely, there was actually blood dripping down from his fist. Countless bloody wounds had appeared on the alms bowl-like fist. In the entire tomb, the 20 over stage 9 cultivators who had rushed here were all silent. Everyone was startled as they looked at this scene. Wuji was still in a daze. As for Yen Rui, he was similarly startled. Spirit and martial arts merging into one. Although Li Wuhui could only do it at the most shallow level, maybe he had just stepped into this door. However, it was truly spirit and martial arts merging into one. The same thought flashed across their minds. So this Li Wuhui was actually so strong. Going up against Wuxuan and Xiao Xiang, he wasn't at a disadvantage for 7 to 8 minutes. This was the Knife Lord of No Return? At this moment, not only was Wuxuan's expression extremely ugly, even Xiao Xiang's eyes were filled with shock. Li Wuhui held the knife in his hand and stood on the spot. Between his chest and stomach, there were a few areas that caved in. His left arm was also dripping with fresh blood. However, the right hand that held the knife was still as stable as before. The wound was also continuously recovering. During the battle with Zhong Shou on Mysterious Cloud Mountain, Li Wuhui comprehended a lot. Unfortunately, when I reached the 476 knife, I didn't dare to continue. As he said that, Li Wuhui smiled as he looked at the 2 of them. Do the 2 of you think that we don't live up to our names? Do you want to continue fighting? Even today, I still feel that the Monster King is far stronger than me. Be careful not to piss him off. Who cares if you are from the Taoist sect or demon sect? Just one finger and he will crush a few of you. Taoist Wuji harumphed coldly with hidden anger. Wuxuan's gaze turned slightly cold. Hey, I have underestimated you. You are worthy of the title of Knife Lord of No Return. However, with your current state, how much longer can you last? 4 hours? Or 6 hours? If you only anger my Wuxuan. Congratulations, Li Wuhui, you've done it. Chapter 586. Hey, I have underestimated you. You are worthy of the title of Knife Lord Wuhui. However, with your current state, how much longer can you last? 4 hours? Or 6 hours? If you only anger my Wuxuan. Congratulations, Li Wuhui, you've done it. While saying that, Wuxuan took out an item. It was a pure black glove with a black flame carved on the back. However, on the surface of the glove, numerous Buddhist burning scriptures were pasted. When Wu Profound reached his hand in, the glove immediately extended out countless black threads and pierced into Wu Profound's right arm. Wuxuan's face twisted in pain. Then, he laughed maniacally like he was enjoying it. So what if you can merge spirit and martial arts? No matter if it is you or the 6 pinnacle swords, my Wuxuan will still say the same thing. Just because of what you said today, I won't let you leave this place alive. I will let you try my trusted fist armor and see how it tastes. Along with his words, Wuxuan's right fist started to swell. Just as everyone was astonished by the gauntlet, a voice suddenly rang out. Wuxuan's body flashed once more. He punched out with his fist, like it was filling up heaven and earth and shattering this part of the world. First, energy overflowed. All the spiritual energy in the air. It was expelled outwards, giving people the illusion that this part of the world was expanding. Then it collapsed. This tomb room that the 3 of them couldn't even be damaged by the intense battle was now unable to take in the impact of the power and collapsed. Just as everyone thought that Li Wuhui was definitely going to die, a bright blade slashed out. With just one blade, it shattered the fist shadow. Like a swallow flying back, it slashed through time, like the thread of time had been sliced apart by that blade. It also seemed like at this point in time, that blazing fist shadow should not have existed in the first place. Wuxuan's eyes squinted. He was even more furious. His vital energy surged, his face flushed red. Numerous black energy wrapped over. The fist shadow was maniacal like a wave, fist after fist. There was no order. He didn't care about the martial path. He just barbarically smashed down. His fist had the power of a world. 100 punches were equivalent to 100 hellish worlds. He was confident that even if it was the most powerful 9th stage Grandmaster, even if it was the spirit realm, even in the face of his fist, it would still be blasted apart. With the last punch, a bang sound was heard. It was like a thunderclap. The entire tomb was shaking. Even though the fist wind had temporarily stopped, the shaking did not stop. The smoke and dust was about to dissipate, but Wu Profound's face did not show any joy. Instead, it became even more gloomy. Xiaoxiang Zi's expression was extremely solemn. In the distance, Tai Chi and Wuji's spiritual master were both stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. When the demonic Qi wind dissipated, it was completely extinguished. The rest of the 9th stage cultivators who were slightly weaker were finally able to see the situation clearly. Li Wuhui was still standing upright with the saber in his hand. Blood dripped from the tip of the knife. It was his own blood. However, he still stood firmly with a smile on his face. He stared at Wu Profound's right fist. I heard that before Heavenly King Ranwu died, he left behind a set of Jun Tian flame armor. After it fell into the hands of your demon sect, it was smashed several times. Your gloves are probably one of them, right? As expected, it is not bad, I have already learned. Wu Profound didn't speak, but his eyes were unusually dark and cold. At this moment, only the most meticulous people noticed his right arm. Compared to before, it had slightly shrunk. However, it was filled with killing intent. That fierce intent was surging like a wave. Naturally, Li Wuhui was in an even worse state, but he didn't show any fear. He decided not to talk about Zhong Shou anymore. No matter how he reminded him, he wouldn't listen. Instead, he treated his good intentions as bad intentions, which was useless. At this point, he was already Li Wuhui. His grievances with Wu Profound had nothing to do with Zhong Shou. At this moment, Osamu Hara gave out a weird sigh. How weird! I was heavily injured by Zhong Shou and you also lost to him. Now, you are risking your life for your enemy. Tell me, How could there be such a strange thing happening at this time of the year? A strong resonance rose up in Li Wuhui's heart. It was true that he owed Shui Lingbo his life. However, it didn't make sense for him to go to such an extent for Zhong Shou. However, there was no point in saying all this now. At this time, he didn't care about all this. Taking in a deep breath, Li Wuhui suppressed his emotions and pointed his blade at his life. He didn't have much hope of winning this battle. However, if he didn't win, he would die. He could only toss aside everything he had and fight to the death in front of Zhong Shou. Fleeing halfway wasn't a humiliation. However, in front of someone like Wu Profound, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to retreat. In his heart, he was filled with envy and jealousy. This Juntian flame armor was a true top treasure. Even after it was sealed by the Buddhist scriptures, it could still be considered a top magical artifact. A complete set of it was a top celestial artifact. If he could have such an item, he could even try to fight against Zhong Shou on mysterious Cloud Mountain. This heaven demon vast habitat actually had such a top treasure. For it to be on Wu Profound meant that they had a really deep foundation. Just as his thoughts were slowly calming down and Wu Profound's aura was getting stronger and stronger, wave by wave. However, Osamu Hara suddenly laughed and said leisurely, "You don't have to force yourself, that fellow has already arrived." Li Wuhui's brow rose up. Just now, his intent was only focused on Wu Profound. As for what was happening nearby, he didn't notice anything at all. Was that fellow Zhong Shou? Then, when he spread out his intent, he realized that it wasn't. However, when it struck, as expected, he didn't need to hold on anymore. At this moment, the others all turned their eyes and looked at the entrance of the tomb, only to see a person carrying a black sword slowly walk in. "Just now I heard someone say that the 6 pinnacle swords of the cloud world is just SOSO. He walked casually like he was walking casually. However, each step was like he was stepping into the hearts of everyone. Suddenly stopping, Jueyu frowned and looked at Yuan Wushang, who was not far away. Then, he mocked, "How did you get injured to such an extent? You, Osamu Hara, actually have such a day." Osamu Hara scoffed coldly, "If you want to beat me, then it is the right time. I, Jueyu, disdain to do such things. I was just about to search for you when your injuries are healed. Let's have a good battle once more. The humiliation of losing in one sword 3 years ago, I will remember it in my heart." Jiyu laughed coldly like he was disgusted with Osamu Hara and wasn't willing to take another look at him. He directly turned around. What he looked at was Wu Xian and Xiao Xiang. "Were the two of you the ones who said those words?" Wu Xian clenched his fist. At this moment, he wasn't arrogant anymore and didn't look down on them. However, he was filled with rage. Since this Jueyu came, he was suppressing the two of them. An invisible aura, mixed with sword intent, made him faintly feel ashamed of his inferiority. "I waited for Brother Ju in the 10,000 demon vast habitat for 3 months, but you didn't come. I'm really disappointed." Juyu laughed when he heard that. During the Tsang Xingdao Palace battle, Juyu found what he wanted. "Moreover, the few of you are just domestic cat. I don't care about any of you. Why waste my effort?" The moment he said that, Yen Rui instinctively wanted to mock out. Jueyu's words were really arrogant. Wasn't he afraid that the wind would hurt his tongue? However, the moment his smile rose up, it froze. He thought back to Li Wuhui. At least this person was really strong. His senior brother Feng seemed to be no match for him. In the battle just now, he was indeed suppressed by Wu Xian. However, without that fist glove, the outcome would be tough to say. However, this Li Wuhui admitted that he wasn't the opponent of that Zhong Shou. He snuck a glance at Tai Chi's expression, only to see that the latter's face was green. The spiritual sword was like a wave, its aura was getting colder and colder. He felt a little regretful, following which he shook his head slightly. He only felt that it was really weird. He remembered that in the vast habitat, Ruotao lost to junior brother Feng in many consecutive battles. In the past, Ruotao was as famous as Jueyu. It was probably because his strength was too low and he couldn't see the strength of the few people in front of him. On the side of Wu Xian and Xiaoxiangzi, their auras were extremely condensed. They were obviously furious, but when they exchanged glances, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Jueyu's words continued. Since all of you still care about this matter, then it is the same if you fought here. You can attack together. Before his voice landed, Xiaoxiangzi scoffed coldly. He cast a spell and the starry sky behind him suddenly spun. Those tens of thousands of stars spun at the same time, dozens of starlight pressed down. Jueyu acknowledged, too lazy to say anything more. If one thought about it, the sword would rise. If one thought about it, it would be destroyed. A black sword glow suddenly charged out of the sheath. Before it flew out, the sword energy exploded out, causing the starlight close to his body to be wiped out. That extinction sword intent spread out and charged in all directions. It was the sword intent soul realm. The dozens of grade 9 cultivators in the tomb were all slightly shocked. After that, there was a deathly silence. This person was also spirit and martial arts merger, even stronger than Wu Xian. Legend had it that this Jueyu should be the fourth pinnacle sword. The black sword shadow finally appeared, and dozens of black cracks spread out in all directions. Just as Jueyu was about to step forwards, his brows rose. However, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and chuckled. He took a step back. His fighting intent disappeared. That soul pinnacle sword intent was also retracted. It seems like we can't fight. The main person has arrived. The two of you should deal with him first before we talk. When they heard that, they were all stunned. Main person? Then it could only be that Gantian mountain monster king. Osamu Hara's lips curled up. There was going to be a good show to watch. Following which he looked towards Wu Xian and Xiaoxiangzi with a pitiful gaze. In the next instance the entire tomb shook. Hong! A loud ring spread out in the sky. A window was opened. A peerless sword pressure rushed over here. Chapter 587. All of a sudden, smoke and dust scattered all about. Large pieces of gravel fell down one after another. Osamu Hara's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly lifted Ruoxue up. Between the giant stone and sword images, she continuously dodged and evaded. Li Wuhue opened his mouth wide. He wasn't afraid of eating a mouthful of dust. His eyes looked at the sky in shock. Thinking to himself, was there a need to be so exaggerated? 1,000 feet of the ground was forcefully pierced through. These were stone materials that even magical treasure-grade weapons couldn't scratch. That guy's swordsmanship seemed to have gotten even stronger. When the falling stone pieces came to an end, a cold sword image appeared. It suddenly flashed and stabbed right at Osamu Hara. Killing intent exploded out, sending chills down one's spine. Even if he didn't meet it head-on, he could only feel an extremely cold intent stabbing right at his heart. He only felt that he couldn't escape, he couldn't block, he couldn't fight, he could only wait for death. Osamu Hara's eyes didn't even blink. Instead, he was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with flames as he focused on the tip of the sword. It was like there was a treasure trove at the tip of the sword. However, just as it was about to pierce through Osamu Hara's throat, the owner of the green sword light finally felt that something wasn't right. It suddenly moved to the side and stabbed into the stone wall beside Osamu Hara. The impact of the sword energy caused the huge boulder behind him to shatter into dust. At this moment, Osamu Hara laughed. A bright glow flashed in his eyes and he was delighted. He seemed to have comprehended something, but also like he was mocking Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother about him, directly looking at Ruoxue. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief. It was great that she was still alive and breathing. At least he rushed over in time. He snatched her over and hugged her in his arms. Following which, Samuraim's eyes were filled with rage. Good. Really good. Her meridians were broken and her organs were smashed. At this moment, even if he injected the yin-yang true force with all his might, he was still unable to control the injuries. He could only look on as Ruoshui's life force disappeared bit by bit. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. The injuries he had sustained from attacking the spirit array with all his strength were also throbbing with pain. However, it was far from comparable to the burning rage in his chest. It's the extreme purple pill. Zhao Yanran's voice suddenly rang out. Zhongshou, who was on the verge of losing control, came to his senses and looked at the purple pill in the jade box in Ruoshui's hand. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. The joy of seeing light in a hopeless situation surged in his chest. It was the extreme purple pill. Although the medicine didn't cure the illness, since the extreme purple pill could extend one's life by 30 years, it naturally had the ability to help people recover from injuries. As long as Ruoshui's injuries were sustained, they would be able to find Irin. He casually took out a pill, scattered it, and mixed it with water. After it melted, it slowly seeped into Ruoshui's body. At this moment Ruoshui, the functions of her organs were close to stopping. Only with such a method could she digest the medicine. His expression was unusually calm as he looked at the people in the room. What happened? Who injured her? The entire room fell into silence. Everyone's eyes looked towards Xiaoxiangzi and Wuxuan. The latter wanted to open his mouth and say who did Zhongshou think he was. However, when he thought about the thick layer above, the majestic sword attack when it was directly smashed apart, his mouth was stuck. However, the words were stuck in his mouth, and he couldn't say them. At this moment, even he wouldn't think that the Cloud World's 6 pinnacle swords couldn't take a single blow. At least this Zhongshou, this Jueyu, each one of them was terrifyingly strong. However, Wuxuan's right hand tightened. With this Juntian fist armor, no matter how strong this kid was, he didn't fear it. This place wasn't outside of Yin Dragon Canyon, where Zhongshou could casually use the strength of a country. Everyone kept silent and didn't speak. Osamu Hara wanted to see the world in chaos, laughing. The one who injured your maidservant is that Xiaoxiangzi. The one who wants to kill is this Wuxuan. Zhongshou could hear the provocation in those words, but he was too lazy to bother. He looked at Li Wuhui, his eyes filled with a questioning expression. Compared to Osamu Hara, this Wuhui blade saint was much more reliable. However, the latter kept his blade and nodded his head to show that his words were true. Zhongshou instantly mocked himself, carefully using his sleeves to wipe the sweat of Ruoshui. Is that so? You nearly made me Zhongshou regret it for the rest of my life. I don't know where the two of you got the courage? Wuxuan was instantly furious. A ball of demonic flames burned on his right fist. However, before he was able to do anything, Zhongshou had already moved. Although he didn't use a sword, his sword intent was born. Soul Realm sword intent instantly spread out in all directions. The dozens of grade 9 cultivators present all held their breath. Before they were able to react, Zhongshou had already arrived in front of Xiaoxiangzi. Xiaoxiangzi's pupils constricted, the starry sky spun once more. Hundreds of starlights swirled down from the top. Spiritual acting starry sky. This Taoist ability is not bad. However, what are you? Stepping forwards, the human world was in between reality and illusion, in the gaps of space. Although there were many starlight dots, they weren't able to hurt him at all. Li Wuhui's pupils constricted. This technique was what Zhongshou used that day. The kind that he used on mysterious Cloud Mountain. At that time, there were tens of thousands of spiritual cultivators on the mountain peak, but none of them were able to touch the corner of his shirt. However, at this moment, Zhongshou was using it more freely. Xiaoxiangzi's pupils constricted to the size of needles. He looked calm, but his eyes were filled with shock and panic. He was right in front of him. However, he spread out his spiritual sense, and was unable to find where Zhong Shou was, much less lock onto him. No, he found him. He was right here. Just as Xiaoxiangzi was delighted, and was about to activate those starlight dots once more. Zhong Shou's hand grabbed towards the sky. If your Dowling Vast Habitat's current master only has such ability, then it is really disappointing. He tore downwards and the starry sky shadow instantly shattered. All the starlight dots disappeared without a trace. However, Xiaoxiangzi's reaction was really quick. Just as the spiritual starry sky ability was broken, the divine ability was broken. 2 fire birds suddenly sped out from the side. The fire wings were like blades, one from the left and one from the right, spinning and slashing from the side. Wuji, who was at the side, was astonished when he saw this. He instantly formed a seal with his hands, his sword fingers raised up. Instantly 81 talismans formed from numerous spiritual patterns formed into a giant sword shape in the air. It was 300 feet long and shone with a golden light. On the sword body were the words "True Martial." Behind it was a giant illusionary image that looked like a human. "Zhong Shou, you are bold." That giant purple sword slashed down. Zhong Shou didn't even bother to look. A golden light flew out from his sleeves. It was little gold which had transformed into Hanshi. With just a flash, the arm blade slashed across and the 2 3-legged golden crow subspecies had their wings broken, crying out as they fell to the ground. That giant sword also struck down at this moment. Zhong Shou reached out with his hand, directly breaking that sharp sword energy and grabbing onto the sword. That seemingly indestructible sharp glow only broke a layer of skin on Zhong Shou's hand. True martial? What is true? What is martial? You are just grade 9 and you dare to say such words. Cram. The moment the talisman sword was forcefully grabbed, it was about to dissipate. However, it was forcefully restrained by Zhong Shou. All the talisman patterns were unable to dissipate. Even the human-shaped illusionary image was locked down. Along with the sword, it smashed back towards Wuji. The latter hurriedly took out several spiritual artifacts to block in front of him. After a loud ding, the true martial sword finally shattered. However, Wuji was forced back several steps, his face ashen white like that of a dead person. The true soul on the true force sword was formed from his second primordial spirit. Osamu Hara looked on from the side. His face was filled with disappointment, utter disappointment. Be it Wuji or Xiaoxiangzi, they were just too weak. So weak that they didn't even have the right to use this fellow's sword. Thinking back to what the two of them said before, he felt a little hatred. He laughed and said with a teasing tone, "I remember that just now this Wuji Jinren personally said that to that fellow. In this world, there was nothing he couldn't do. There wasn't anyone he couldn't offend. Whatever he wanted to do, just do it. A small Gantian mountain, a Zhong Shou, Dowling Vast Habitat doesn't even care." I don't know if Li Wuhui remembers this sentence? Li Wuhui shook his head helplessly, thinking that this Gantian mountain monster king was obviously furious. Adding those words, wasn't that adding oil to the fire? Oh! Samuraim's eyes squinted. No matter whether or not Osamu Hara's words were true, it had succeeded in making his killing intent even stronger. There wasn't anything Xiaoxiangzi couldn't do. There wasn't anyone Xiaoxiangzi couldn't offend. One could roughly imagine why Ruoxue was injured. Damn it, scoff. All of a sudden, he didn't have time to bother with that Wuji. Zhong Shou's hand reached in front of Osamu Hara, within the light barrier that was formed in an instant. His 5 fingers stretched out, his actions changing continuously, extremely nimble. It was like there were many invisible strings jumping around. It caused the spiritual light barrier formed from dozens of spells to collapse bit by bit. Wuji's spells were really quick, but the speed at which they were breaking them was far above him. Run amok, huh? Very good. Since no one dares to offend you, nearly paralyzing Ruoxue, then today I will bully the weak and take your head. Grabbing down with one hand, using sword intent to break through the heavy spells, grabbing onto Xiaoxiangzi's head. At this moment, the few grade 9 cultivators of Dowling Vast Habitat were all terrified, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Although they all had grade 9 cultivation, they didn't even know where Zhong Shou's true location was. Wuji's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to save, but it was too late. He could only shout, "Zhong Shou, you dare!" Wuxuan gritted his teeth and punched over from the side. Demon flames surged. His entire right arm shrunk to the size of a fist. Logically speaking, if Xiaoxiangzi died, it would be something he would be happy to see. If this was in the past, after he heard about it, he would mock him. At this moment, he knew that if Zhong Shou really took Xiaoxiangzi's head, he wouldn't have a good time either. Today, he could only go all out with his life. Chapter 588. Zhong Shou laughed, not dodging or avoiding. His right hand exerted strength, grabbing Xiaoxiangzi's head and twisting, forcefully plucking the head off his neck. Instantly, blood splattered all about. At this moment, the entire room was filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoxiangzi's headless corpse. It really was a head that was plucked off. He kept his words without any worry at all. Spirit and martial arts merger, the rumored top talent of the Taoist faction, the successor of Dowling Vast Habitat, couldn't even block 3 hits from this Zhong Shou empty-handed? How could the head of the 6 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World be so strong? Didn't they say that the people of the pinnacle sword couldn't compare to the direct disciples of the few vast habitats? Wuji only felt a heart-wrenching pain. He also felt that it was unbelievable. Unbelievable? This Zhong Shou, the monster king of Gantian Mountain, how was he so strong? A person like Xiaoxiangzi, if it was 1,000 years ago, he could even rule a world. If his background wasn't so low and he didn't have many foundations, he could even be a god-emperor candidate. This was why he said that Xiaoxiangzi was strong enough to roam this world. However, at this moment, even with him, the two of them working together, in front of this Zhong Shou, they were like kids, unable to take a single hit. Osamu Hara laughed when he saw the situation, gloating, "I said just now that you can't offend him. It is rare that I want to do a good thing, you don't believe me?" Li Wuhui was speechless, thinking that as expected, this was the outcome. At this moment, Wuxuan's fist had already struck. Zhong Shou scoffed, with a thought, little gold came to his side. It also turned into a fist glove, wrapping around Zhong Shou's body. A similar layer of black flames rose up from Zhong Shou's left hand. The sky-burning flame burned crazily, causing the air to explode. He grabbed out with a palm, breaking that vast fist energy. Then there was a muffled bang as the fist and palm collided. The martial intent of the two and the surging energy instantly collided. Then, beside the two of them, the entire ground of the stone tomb was completely shattered. Countless stone pillars were lifted up and then shattered by the remaining force. As the two types of flames clashed against each other, crackling noises could be heard from time to time. Zhong Shou frowned and took half a step back. Wu Profound had gathered enough power, and the great Heaven Fist armor had increased his strength to 40%. It was also really tough. No matter how Zhong Shou used strength, he was unable to damage it at all. Instead, countless sharp spikes extended out, almost piercing through the layer of metal that Xiao Jin had turned into. At this moment, Xiaoxiangzi's soul, which had been restrained by Zhong Shou, was frantically struggling, trying to break free from Zhong Shou's control. To a true image realm spirit cultivator, losing his body was not a big deal. A gleeful smile appeared on Wu Profound's face. This Zhong Shou was indeed strong, so strong that he felt some regret. However, with the three of them working together, they could still kill this kid here. However, in the next moment, Zhong Shou's lips were filled with a mocking smile. In a place that he couldn't see, Yuan Wushuang's lips curled up, looking forward to it more and more. With just this great heaven fist armor, he wanted to win against that fellow? Don't even think about it. The fist armor is not bad. Only I don't know if the bones on your arm are as hard as the fist armor? Just as Wu Profound was filled with doubt, Zhong Shou used strength, holding Wu Profound's fist and smashing upwards. In terms of cultivation, Wu Profound's spirit and martial paths were both grade 9. However, in terms of martial path intent, he was far superior. At this moment, when the sword intent exploded out, Wu Profound's hell fist intent was pretty much totally sealed. Demonic energy was unable to grow, vengeful ghosts and evil spirits were unable to howl. Wu Profound laughed coldly. The strength of the two of them was only on the same level. Even he, Wu Profound, was better than Ichi. This Zhong Shou wanted to break his hand. That was just a dream. However, he felt that the power opposite him was suddenly increasing. More and more soul power merged with internal energy, and his aura was also continuously rising. Wuji was originally charging over, but when he saw the situation, he suddenly hollered, 30% spirit and martial arts as one, how did you do that? The moment the exclamation sounded out, Wu Profound's face was filled with shock. Following which he heard a cracking sound, the sound of bones cracking. His right hand was forcefully broken by Zhong Shou. The broken area was the area that the fist armor couldn't cover. All of a sudden, his mind was filled with shock. However, he instantly came back to his senses. His eyes were already looking at Zhong Shou, grabbing towards his head. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to run. At this moment, not only did Zhong Shou's sword intent surge, but his aura also rose to the extreme. Not only could he grasp the martial path intent, but he was also good at forming and borrowing strength. When this palm grabbed over, just the intent and aura alone made him unable to shake. He also pressed his head and twisted it. Wu Profound's head was forcefully plucked off. Blood splattered. Even though it didn't touch the people here. However, it was pushed aside by the energy around them. However, at this moment and place, the 19-grade cultivators all had the illusion that they were drenched in Wu Xian's blood. Wuji's body. He was startled on the spot. The talisman was still in his hand, his spell was half formed. However, at this moment, although Zhong Shou was barely able to, he didn't dare to attack. He also knew that if they continued to fight today, all the grade 9 cultivators of their Dowling vast habitat would die here. There definitely wouldn't be a second outcome. The person in front of him was pretty much a demon king. He was even more terrifying than Osamu Hara. Tai Chi was also speechless. Were all the people in the Cloud World's 6 pinnacle swords so strong? This Zhong Shou even used his own strength to defeat these two top people of the vast habitat. Not only was he perfectly fine, but he didn't even use his sword intent. That Leidong and Suchen could actually be friends with such a person. No wonder their seniors didn't have any intention to stop them. What was laughable was that he actually didn't think highly of this Zhong Shou and looked down on the 6 pinnacle swords. Li Wuhui was right. He was just a frog in the well, looking down on the heroes of the world. Yen Rui's face turned purple. His breathing nearly stopped. There was nothing more shocking than the fact that the person he respected and revered was crushed to death like an ant in front of his own eyes by him and the person he originally looked down on. Thinking back to what he said before, Yen Rui couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy as he took several steps back. When Osamu Hara's dark and cold gaze looked over, he felt his entire body turn cold. Wuji took in a deep breath, looking towards Zhong Shou with an unfriendly gaze. Like he was thinking about whether he should boil or steam him. He hurriedly bowed. My Dowling vast habitat is in the wrong for today's matter. Ruler, please spare my martial nephew's life. A grade 9 cultivator from the Sky Demon Vast Habitat also stepped out. Ruler, please show mercy. Zhong Shou looked at the two heads in his hand that were still dripping blood. The heads were already plucked off, but their souls weren't destroyed. They were resisting his true chi suppression and soul power attack. Show mercy and give me a reason? You say you are wrong, so where did you go wrong? While he said that, his hands were already exerting strength, prepared to totally smash their heads. Wuji's heart was already jumping. He knew that he couldn't hesitate at all. This was not only to protect the two of them, but also to protect their own lives. Once he totally turned on them and killed Xiaoxiangzi and Wuxuan, this Zhong Shou would most probably kill more people. For such an ambitious and ruthless person, once he did something, he would definitely do it to the extreme. My Dowling Vast Habitat has a spiritual pill. Not only can it help this lady recover, but her cultivation will also improve. Such a small price naturally wouldn't be able to move Zhong Shou. Wuji continued. Apart from that, my sect will also give her 10 drops of jade essence and 20 drops of shadow puppet blood to help strengthen her body. Only then did Zhong Shou give in and not commenting. Jade essence, that wasn't bad. He had heard of this item. It was a top spiritual item for body training. Apart from that, it could help one hide their aura. It was a dream treasure for people who liked to hide their cultivation. To Ruoshui, who was good at hiding, it had a special meaning. However, what was the use of the shadow puppet blood? He had heard of the shadow puppet. It was one of the strongest god beasts in the ancient times. It came and went without a trace. However, was this shadow puppet blood to help Ruoshui strengthen her bloodline? He had many questions in his heart, but he wasn't willing to show his fear in front of these people. Zhong Shou laughed coldly and didn't speak. Killing intent still hadn't retreated in his heart. In the next moment, he heard Wuji say, "As for what we did wrong, when we entered this Dragon Canyon, Jun Shang had said clearly that private fighting was not allowed in the valley. This time our Dowling Vast Habitat made a mistake and knew it. No wonder Jun Shang decided to punish him." Zhong Shou looked over in shock, thinking to himself that this Wuji was really interesting. It seemed like he was admitting his mistake and helping him out of this conflict with Dowling Vast Habitat. However, he also prevented the situation from worsening. This was to calm him down. With these words, Gantian Mountain had morals. Naturally, they couldn't kill anymore and had nothing to worry about. On the side of Dowling Vast Habitat, although they lost face and admitted that they went against the agreement, they couldn't take revenge on the surface. However, they had a chance to prevent Xiao Xiangzi from dying so that many people wouldn't be wiped out here. He was a really smart person who knew how to choose. The grade 9 spirit cultivator's eyes lit up. That's right. We went against the agreement first. We are willing to pay 10 Earth Essence pills and 20 drops of Sky Fox True Blood. Samuraim's eyes squinted. He wasn't in a rush to deal with this matter. After pondering for a moment, he directly sealed the two people's souls in the spiritual cavities in their heads and threw them into a spiritual pet bag. Even if they wanted to talk, they had to wait until they got out. As for whether to directly kill them or extort some benefits, he had to think about it carefully. When Wuji saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the lives of his people could be saved. In the next moment, he asked seriously, "Ruler, when did your spirit and martial arts merging into one start?" The moment he said that, pretty much everyone in the tomb looked towards Zhong Shou. They were all really curious. Chapter 589. Ruler, when did your spirit and martial arts merge into one start? The moment these words were said, pretty much everyone within the tomb looked towards Zhong Shou. They were all really curious. In the cloud world, there were a few people who could merge spirit and martial arts, but the highest success rate was only 20%. Only this Zhong Shou had a high 30%. Not only did his strength increase, But this Zhong Shou's chances of stepping into the saint realm were also several times higher than normal cultivators. Zhong Shou smiled, lazy to reply to this person's words. However, Wuji's next words startled everyone. Is ruler willing to enter my Dowling vast habitat? The moment these words were said, even Zhong Shou was surprised. Only Wuji's eyes burned up. If the Taoist faction could get this kid, then what was Xiaoxiangzi? Compared to the kid in front of him, he was just a stone beside Mingyu, not worth mentioning at all. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou being from the Skyfox race, his identity wouldn't match. He even thought that the teen in front of him was the future God Emperor. Maybe the heavens didn't want the God Emperor to be the only one, which was why they gave birth to such a person to go up against him. He originally thought that Xiaoxiangzi could help their Taoist faction get through the spiritual wave calamity. However, compared to Li Wuhui and Jueyu, he was a little dim. Especially this Zhong Shou. It made him doubt whether such a weak Xiaoxiangzi could really become the pillar of the Taoist faction in that era where so many people were fighting for supremacy. Maybe this loss today was a good thing. Maybe the future successor of the Taoist faction vast habitat shouldn't be decided so casually. After the few grade 9 spirit cultivators of the Dowling vast habitat were stunned, they kept silent. A few of them had looks of anticipation in their eyes. The eyes of the sky demon vast habitat people shone. They first regretted not thinking about it earlier, then they felt anxious. It wasn't until Zhong Shou snorted in disdain that they finally calmed down. It's better not to mention these words again. I wonder if I, Zhong Shou, already have a master? Wuji frowned and then he didn't care at all. If ruler is willing to join my Taoist faction, then I won't hesitate. I believe that old man Long Ying will definitely not stop it. Instead, he will be happy to see it happen. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows, thinking that there was no end to this. However, speaking of which, this wasn't the first time Dragon Shadow and Aokuan had complained. Why didn't he join the Taoist and Buddhist sects? He could also join the Kenzo sect again. Unfortunately, it was Tsang Xingdao who could not make them feel at ease. Zhong Shou couldn't be bothered with them anymore as he took out the 2 extreme purple pills. After a casual glance, Zhong Shou casually flicked his finger. 2 streaks of purple light shot towards Osamu Hara and Li Wuhui respectively. The latter was slightly shocked. He kept the purple pill with a clear conscience. Osamu Hara was really surprised. I helped her because I didn't want you to take your anger out on me. I didn't have good intentions. As he said that, Osamu Hara's eyes lit up, a smile appearing on his face. Aren't you afraid that I will continue to go against you after I recover? Zhong Shou expressionlessly looked at him, too lazy to reply. 3 months ago, he could have won. 3 months later, naturally he wouldn't care. What was there to fear? Osamu Hara laughed out loud when he saw that, smashing the pill into powder and swallowing it. Then, in a short moment, the broken wound began to wiggle. It was actually an arm. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it stretched out. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he continued to look at Ruoshui in his arms. Ruoshui's injuries had already stabilized, but it didn't get better. In terms of injuries, Osamu Hara was worse than Ruoshui. However, Ruoshui didn't have that fellow's cultivation. At this moment, she was unconscious and her organs were smashed, making it harder for her to absorb the medicinal strength. Which was why until now there was still little effect. If the medicinal strength couldn't be absorbed, then no matter how many purple pills she ate, it was useless. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou stabbed in tens of golden needles. Only when he saw Ruoshui's breathing become more even did his brows relax. However, to wake her up, she needed to return to Gantian Mountain to make plans. Who knows whether or not Xianyuan Iran had a way to wake her up. Thinking about that, Zhong Shou's aura became even more dark and sunken, his violent intent hard to suppress. If anything happened to Ruoshui, then no matter what, Xiao Xiangzi and Wuxuan would have to die with her. At this moment, Osamu Hara's arm had already recovered. He used some strength to pinch it. Apart from being slightly uncomfortable, he could barely do what he wanted. Like he was really satisfied, Osamu Hara suddenly smiled as he looked towards Yenrui, using a weird tone. "Do you remember what you said? That I, Osamu Hara, have an undeserved reputation? That the 6 pinnacle swords don't live up to their name?" Yenrui was shocked, taking a step back. He only felt that the killing intent of this arrogant teen was so thick it was about to materialize. As for Osamu Hara, he seemed to be thinking back, saying expressionlessly, "Oh right. Also, who dares to talk about the sword in front of the Kenzo sect, right?" The moment those words were said, Osamu Hara had already flashed forwards, grabbing towards Yenrui's throat. Tai Chi's eyes constricted as he stepped in front of Yenrui. He suddenly pulled out his sword, a green sword shadow stabbing over from the most unexpected angle. Osamu Hara laughed out loud, similarly slashing out with his sword. Instantly, thousands of spiritual seeds exploded in the air. However, it wasn't like before when he fought with Wuxuan. It was extremely majestic. It was also vast and deep. Soul power and internal energy instantly merged into one. Wasn't it spirit and martial arts merging into one? Osamu Hara, have it too. He really underestimated him. Kung. A sword ring rang out as Tai Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword light suddenly became chaotic as he was tossed to the side, his eyes filled with shock. The people within the cave were already numb. This was the 3rd person out of the 6 pinnacle swords of the cloud world to merge spirit and martial arts, so Osamu Hara, who couldn't even block a fist in front of Wuxuan, was actually so strong. He was so badly injured that he was unable to use his sword. If it was before, they would be shocked. At this moment, thoughts flashed across their minds. As expected from someone who was as famous as Zhong Shou and Juyu. After Tai Chi's shock, his face was filled with embarrassment. He looked down on Osamu Hara, even agreeing with Wuxuan's words and feeling helpless about being called one of the 6 pinnacle swords. So, he couldn't even block one sword from Osamu Hara. Then, not to mention Zhong Shou, whose sword and martial path were above this person. After forcing Tai Chi back, Osamu Hara had already grabbed his neck, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty craziness. However, in the next instance, he felt Zhong Shou's aura become sharp, his gaze filled with warning as he looked over. He instantly hesitated. He knew that Zhong Shou had some relationship with the Kenzo sect. Lei Dong was also his sworn brother. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Even if he was unhappy with these people, and was happy to see him teach these Kenzo sect people a lesson, he wouldn't be willing to see him kill Yenrui. He wanted to not bother, but he knew that in front of Zhong Shou, it was tough for him to kill someone. However, if he listened to this fellow, he didn't dare to. Coincidentally, at this moment, a sword stabbed over from the side. Osamu Hara's brows furrowed, looking over in shock. Only to see that the blue sword flying over was just a normal grade 8 sword, far from what he placed in his eyes. However, it had an indescribable spiritual aura. If one said that his sword forcefully controlled the heaven and earth spiritual energy to cause it to explode. However, this Ruotao made all the 5-element spiritual energy willingly be used by him, causing tens of millions of spiritual energy to gather on the sword. Ruotao. Scoffing coldly, Osamu Hara helplessly opened his mouth. However, he casually slapped Yenrui's face. It caused Yenrui's white teeth to instantly shatter. He flew back hundreds of feet and smashed into the wall of the tomb. However, his life was saved. Ruotao's sword also stopped in time, stopping 3 inches in front of Osamu Hara's body. Osamu Hara acted like he didn't see anything, smiling with a dark and cold expression. Today's slap is to tell you that some words can't be said. Some things can't be said carelessly. There are some people you can't offend. Do you really think that your junior brother can protect you? He then laughed coldly towards Tai Chi. Today that fellow is here. I will let you live in exchange for other people's lives. Let's see whether or not your Kenzo sect Tai Chi can escape from my sword. Tai Chi's body trembled slightly, trying his best to maintain his calmness. However, his lips couldn't help but turn slightly purple. Osamu Hara laughed out loud. You are ashamed of being one of the 6 pinnacle swords, but I, Osamu Hara, look down on you. After you return, it is best if you scram back to the 10,000 sword vast habitat and train hard for 3 years before coming out. He looked forward at Ruatao, who was frowning and pointing his sword at him. His gaze was slightly complicated as he sighed. What a waste! I was originally looking forward to it. As for why it was a waste, he didn't say anything. He walked to the side. He sat down cross-legged and continued to heal. His injuries weren't fully healed, but because of today, he had a stomach full of pent-up anger that he couldn't vent. This was why when his injuries were slightly better, he couldn't wait to cause problems for Yen Rui and Tai Chi at this moment. His emotions were relaxed and his mood was great. Only then did he start to seriously deal with his injuries. On the contrary, Zhongshou coldly looked towards Ruatao. Is it Ruatao? It is indeed a pity. Your sword is already shackled, and has a knot in your heart. If you can't cut it open, at most in a few months, Leidong will be able to surpass you. When we sword cultivators think about it, we can pull out our swords. Why do we need to worry so much? If you can't take it, then there is no need to. If your Kenzo sect is only like this, then you don't live up to your name. Ruatao was startled, standing on the spot. He looked at the sword in his hand. Wasn't it as what Zhongshou said? His sword did have shackles and a heart knot. After Zhongshou finished speaking, he didn't bother about him anymore. This was because he was giving face to Leidong, which was why he reminded him. If it was him, Yu Ruatao wouldn't take a single step back. He would absolutely not back down in the slightest, and he would definitely do his best to hold his fate and the future of the sword sect in his own hands and not entrust it to the hands of others. This was a true sword cultivator. What the Kenzo sect wanted was a person who could pass down the legacy. No matter who it was, it didn't matter. Chapter 590. Good words were unpleasant to the ear. If this person didn't listen, then he had no choice. Ruatao was going to disappear into the crowd. However, in just a few breaths, he heard Ruatao speak. This extreme purple pill should be a substandard product refined by the necromancers under the Qin Emperor. I heard that the true purple pill often has a side pill known as the purple spiritual essence. It can cure all diseases under the celestial realm. I heard that it is effective even for celestial realm cultivators. Zhongshou's heart jumped. Medicine to cure all diseases that couldn't be cured. Those words didn't sound as exaggerated as the flesh and bones of the dead, but it was really extraordinary. Below the celestial realm, as long as one didn't die, no matter what kind of injury, poison, or illness, one could be healed. In this world, how many pills could do that? Was this Ruatao returning the favor? Interesting. Originally, he was already interested in the purple pill. At this moment, he had to get it. With Iran here, Ruashui shouldn't have died. However, one more insurance was not bad. The moment such a thought rose up, Zhongshou felt that within the cave, there was a rumbling sound, like the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. At the start, he thought that there were people fighting in the cave. However, moments later, he felt that it wasn't right. The rumbling continued for dozens of breaths and didn't stop. Everyone exchanged glances with one another, knowing what was going on. Even if there were many items buried along with them, they didn't bother at all. They all slid out. He flew in the tunnel, pouncing towards the direction where the trembling sound came from. Pretty much everyone looked towards Zhong Shou, who was casually following at the back of the group. Xiaoxiangzi and Wuxuan were both forcefully taken down by Zhong Shou. With this person here, along with Jueyu and Osamu Hara, there was no need to think about the Avicii throne and the purple pill. If the Book of the Universe appeared, they wouldn't be able to snatch it. Let's hope that the Xiang King didn't just have these few items buried along with him. Or perhaps these people would only have a chance if they competed with each other. 140 breaths later, the trembling subsided, and everyone found the source of the trembling. The bottom of the underground maze, which used to be extremely solid, had completely collapsed. An extremely vast underground space was revealed. It was actually an underground lake. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. In the eyes of the crowd, they were all gathered at the center of the lake, on a stone island with a circumference of about 20,000 feet. Above the island there was a stone platform. It was simple yet majestic. Several large banners were fluttering in the wind, and a figure was sitting on a high platform. Below the stage, there were 18,000 sets of armor laid out in an orderly manner. Some were still complete, while others were incomplete. They were all prostrating themselves forward, as if they were human figures prostrating themselves in worship. Li Wuhue Zhong Shou was slightly confused. He explained with a smile, in the past, after the Xiangqiu overlord committed suicide, his subordinates buried him. He collected all the armor and equipment of his subordinates and buried them with him. The rumors were really true. Zhong Shou looked carefully once more, his heart filled with pity. The Xiang family iron cavalry under the overlord was a Dao soldier whose reputation was no weaker than the Blood Cloud cavalry. However, when he used his spiritual perception to investigate earlier, he only felt that these tools were either completely rotten or broken. None of them could be used. Even if he took them back, they would be useless. No wonder the person who forced the overlord to commit suicide was so generous. He knew that if these items were collected, the Xiang family iron cavalry wouldn't be able to be rebuilt. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou listened to the discussions of the cultivators at the side. So the main tomb is here, no wonder we couldn't find it. If we could find this place earlier, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. I wonder who opened this place? Apart from that person, to be able to forcefully collapse this place, it isn't something a human can do. Zhong Shou also felt weird. Who was the one who attacked to cause this place to collapse? Following which he heard someone exclaim, "Why don't I see the corpse of the Xiang king? It is indeed weird. Is this place still a cenotaph? Where are the extreme purple pill and the Avicii throne?" When Zhong Shou heard that, he looked at the highest point of the platform. Following which he was startled, only to see the person sitting on the throne. It wasn't a person or a corpse, but a wooden puppet. As for the extreme purple pill and the Avicii throne, they were nowhere to be seen. His brows furrowed. In the next instant, he saw three people charge up from the underground lake. The one at the front, it was Shui Lingbo. The two behind were Lei Dong and Jin Buhui. Just as Zhong Shou felt weird, the two of them were delighted when they saw him and walked over. The former smiled bitterly and explained, "My luck is bad, I was caught by this Shui Lingbo, and became a strong man." His tone was filled with rage. Jin Buhui smiled. However, Taiyuan Fairy is, as the rumors say, really generous. It was obvious that he had obtained many benefits when he followed Shui Lingbo. Lei Dong finally noticed that the situation was weird. Tai Chi's expression was really ugly. As for Wuxuan and Xiaoxiangzi, they were both gone. Only the grade 9 cultivators of Dowling Vast Habitat and Sky Demon Vast Habitat were here. However, their expressions were a little weird. What is going on? Lei Dong frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Where are Wuxuan and Xiaoxiangzi now?" He didn't try to hide his words and didn't try to hide anything. Wu Ji and the others all had uncertain expressions on their faces. Only Osamu Hara gave out a cold laugh. Naturally, they are dead. They angered this fellow and their heads were chopped off. Their heads are still hidden in this fellow's bag. Lei Dong was slightly shocked, looking at Zhong Shou with a questioning gaze. However, he saw the latter nod his head slightly to admit it. He couldn't help but take in a deep cold breath. He roughly guessed what was going on Tai Chi's side. It was just that he couldn't take such a huge difference. The person he originally looked down on was far stronger than him, so strong that he could suppress him. If it was him, he would be the same, unable to take it. As expected, he heard Osamu Hara laugh coldly. As for your junior brother, he couldn't block one sword from me, Osamu Hara. How disappointing. Lei Dong's brows rose up in dissatisfaction. However, a moment later, he suppressed it. At this moment, if he replied to Osamu Hara's provocation, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, he would have to borrow Zhong Shou's strength. This was something that Lei Dong wasn't willing to do. Even if he wanted to reclaim the reputation of the Kenzo sect, he had to do it in an upright manner. Following this, he sighed. Within the Kenzo sect, there was definitely more than one person who knew about the identities of Zhong Shou and Tan Qiu. Many seniors knew about the trade between the Kenzo sect leader and the common people's revered one a few years ago. One could pretty much foresee it. Once today's matter was spread out, there would be an uproar within the sect, and the commotion would reach the heavens. Using Zhong Shou to exchange for Tai Chi, this trade wasn't worth it. The sword heads trade. It was a huge loss. He also felt pity for Tai Chi. He was originally the pride of the heavens, but compared to Zhong Shou, he was just a fake. After returning to the 10,000 sword vast habitat, Tai Chi's life wouldn't be good. Many unhappy people would take the chance to make things difficult for him. Zhong Shou wasn't willing to speak too much on this matter, directly asking, "Where did you all come from? What did you find in the lake?" "It is an underground river. The strait here." It was also because Taiyuan Ferry had broken a portion of the restrictions in this place. As for below the lake, the three of us looked around and didn't find any clues. As Lei Dong said this, he looked toward Shui Lingbo, who was in deep thought. He said with a mocking smile, "Maybe Water Fairy obtained something else." Shui Lingbo turned her head and stared viciously at Lei Dong. She looked towards Zhong Shou and was slightly surprised. She nodded her head as a greeting before turning around like she didn't understand something. At this moment, pretty much everyone was filled with questions. They were either deep in thought or discussing. Zhong Shou was also looking around, trying to find some clues here. Since there were so many ancient weapons and armor lined up here, it was most probably a true tomb. However, where were the purple pill and the Avicii throne? There were also those various treasures and the Book of Universe. He had no idea. On the contrary, above, two more people walked over, an old monk and a short-haired teen. The former was 10,000 Buddha vast habitats Zifang and the latter was Jingyin. What made him feel weird was that Jingyin's attitude towards him in the past was quite friendly. She wasn't too close and didn't reject him. It was just that she kept a distance from him. At this moment, for some reason, her clear eyes were staring at him furiously like she was looking at an enemy. It made Zhong Shou totally confused. He didn't seem to have offended this little nun who had returned to the secular world. Recently, he didn't seem to have done anything bad, so why was Jingyin acting like this? The two of them exchanged glances with one another. Jingyin seemed to realize that something wasn't right with her. She was furious for no reason. Suddenly, he lowered his head and muttered the scripture in a low voice. Since there are universe creation records, then would the Xiang King's tomb be hidden within the universe creation records? Impossible. Thousands of years after the Xiang King died, the universe creation records appeared several times. It wasn't from the same era. How could the universe creation records contain his tomb? Preposterous. Was it really taken by the Gantian mountain monster king? Nonsense. Keep quiet. Just as everyone was discussing, Zhao Yinran muttered softly. Weird. I heard that, in the Central Continent dynasty, everything has its own rules and regulations. For example, this soldier viewing platform should have a total of 81 levels. However, I counted and there are a total of 82 levels? The moment she said this, everyone came to their senses. Shui Lingbo was the first to act. She slapped out with a palm and the energy instantly fell 10,000 feet. It smashed the platform along with the wooden man on it. In an instant, the entire underground lake was covered in a colorful light. Chapter 591. This is the Shui family race army? As expected, they are all elites. This was within Gantian Mountain City, on a short building close to the city gate. Looking out from here, one could see groups of soldiers wearing Gantian Mountain's standard armor. They used the cover of the night to sneak into the city. There were people within Gantian Mountain working with them along with the illusionary technique. Although there were many residents on both sides of the streets, no one noticed the weird movements. Iron Xian Fox Race, Moon Scar Fox Race, Sword Fox Race. These ancient fox race branches actually haven't been wiped out. Chiu Wei's expression was expressionless as he spoke while sizing up these soldiers. Although there were alien race troops entering the city, he didn't look nervous at all. I heard that they were brought away by the Shui family Sky Fox race. After all, running an alien world requires manpower. After all, they were all the clans with the strongest battle power in the Fox clan. If not for these race members disappearing, our fox race wouldn't have been wiped out thousands of years ago. We had no choice but to move from the central continent to the drill grounds of Donglin. The one who spoke was a slightly dispirited middle-aged man. It was obvious that he hadn't taken care of himself for a long time. His beard was messy as he spoke while gulping down large mouthfuls of wine. Not only these 100,000 elites, I heard that half of the Shui family race members have returned to the cloud world. Today there are 6 spaceships outside. Not only are there 300,000 fox race troop, there are also close to 1 million race members. Chiu Wei kept silent. This Zhong Xiuan had been like this since he lost an arm 3 years ago. On one hand, he felt guilty. On the other hand, it was Zhong Shou's rejection of him. In the end, he became an idle person within Gantian Mountain. For Zhong Shou to not take his life meant that he was a benevolent ruler. However, his breadth of mind was clearly far from being able to forgive his enemies so easily. Chiu Wei also felt that it was a waste. This person should have been the only prince of Gantian Mountain. However, due to a mistake, he fell from the clouds into the mud. However, now wasn't the time to sigh about this matter. Then, how do I know that this is a trap laid out by the Shui family? How do I believe that Zhong Tingzhu isn't being controlled by someone? When he said this, Chiu Wei's expression was ice-cold. In fact, he didn't even trust Zhong Xiuan. Betraying Jun Shang once doesn't mean that you won't betray him a second time. They might have been controlled by the Shui family to use such words to calm him down. If it wasn't for him being rational and knowing that the millions of Gantian troops were spread out to suppress the cities, he would have died. Before the Blood Cloud cavalry returned, the defending troops of Gantian Mountain were definitely no match for the Shui family. He had already acted long ago to wipe out the Shui family army first. Zhong Xiuan was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed wildly. Controlled by someone? Now that it's 8 tails, how can it still be controlled by others? As he spoke, Zhong Xiuan suddenly forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip, which floated in the air. It was bright red in color. There was also a hint of gold in it. Chiu Wei saw this but remained calm and collected. The power of this bloodline was indeed several times purer than the blood of the 7-tailed Zhong clan. Even if it wasn't 8 tails, it wouldn't be far from it. Thinking about it for a moment, Chiu Wei was curious. I barely believe it. However, Chiu Wei still finds it weird. Not only did you not want to snitch, but you were willing to help them spread the news. You should know that Jun Shang won't easily forgive you for what you did before. You are looking at me like that? Zhong Weiron's expression turned ice-cold. Then, he saw that Chiu Wei wasn't moved at all. His eyes flashed, and he turned around with a complicated expression. It isn't that I didn't have such thoughts. That Shui family also thinks that I hate Zhong Shou deeply. As long as they put me in an important position, they would make me loyal to them. They also know that their bloodline is a grade higher than mine and I can't escape from their control, which is why they let me roam freely outside. However, they don't know that this Shui family has already lost in my eyes. No matter what, the outcome is already decided. Who knows, the many branches of the Shui family will all fall into my nephew's hands. Oh! Chiu Wei's brows rose up. This was a little surprising. Shui family will lose? Even with Zhong Gang and the others helping, Zhong Shou leading the Blood Cloud cavalry back, they still didn't have a chance. He also didn't dare to say that they had a 100% chance of winning this battle. How did Zhong Xiuan have such confidence? Zhong Xiuan didn't say anything more, quietly looking at his hands. Then, he broke out into a laugh. As expected, that person didn't die. Father and son were both nine tails. If he knew that this would happen, why did he do what he did? Speaking of which, he could be considered a close relative of Zhong Weiran and Zhong Shou, so he should have benefited the most in terms of bloodline. However, at this moment, he couldn't feel happy at all. He raised his head and looked up. He could roughly sense something. A mysterious and strong aura was hiding in the sky above Gantian Mountain. If it wasn't for this person suppressing the city at every moment, the Zhong Shou clan would have died. Many Zhong family people, using one person's strength to make hundreds of thousands of Shui family people submit. Normally, one wouldn't be able to sense it. Who knows what realm his cultivation had reached, but then, Zhong Xiuan sneered again, his voice full of mockery. This person's bloodline purity couldn't even be compared to his. How could he deal with Zhong Shou? That nine-tailed star tattoo king of the fox race, master of destiny? How amusing and tragic. Chiu Wei's chest was filled with doubts, but he didn't know why. His tense nerves somehow relaxed a little. Although he didn't trust Zhong Xiuan's character, Chiu Wei instinctively felt that his words were most probably true. At this moment, within the cloud layer, Shui Mafei was delighted as he looked below. Groups of armored soldiers entered the city, silently occupying the various key points of Gantian Mountain. All the strong bows and heavy crossbows were transported in. Apart from that, there was also the foundations of the Xianyuan energy-destroying formation. Gantian Mountain's strongest power was the Blood Cloud cavalry, which was also the key to this battle. Although they could control Zhong Shou, they could most probably force the Blood Cloud cavalry to submit. However, there was no harm in being prepared. It wouldn't be wrong. They had to be prepared. It would be best if they could recruit the Blood Cloud cavalry. At that time, the Shui family would be able to gain a stable footing in the cloud world. Their strength could be compared to the top 3 shrines and even the 5 vast habitat. However, if they couldn't, then they could only think of a way to wipe them out and not regret it. That Zhong Gang really submitted? I heard that this person was always loyal to Zhong Weiran and Zhong Shou. How did he submit so easily? Where the voice came from was within a ball of nothingness. Be it spiritual sense or the 5 senses, they were unable to sense where it was. Shui Mafei was unusually respectful, bowing. It is all thanks to your highness. Our Shui family has already won. So what if this Zhong Gang doesn't submit? As he said that, he laughed coldly. Those 3 people are stubborn. The reason why they agreed to let us enter the city should be because they have other thoughts. However, since things have reached such a stage, as long as our Shui family doesn't make any mistakes, they won't be able to do anything. This is the trend of the times. What you say makes sense. That voice seemed to agree, following which he asked, Then based on what you are saying, we should let the spaceships of the family rush here in advance. That's right. Xue Mafei bowed slightly. Our Xue family had no choice but to move out of the cloud world 7,000 years ago. During these thousands of years, we have lost our homes in the outer region, unable to find a place to settle down. The few places we have are unstable and in danger of being wiped out at any moment. Be it our Xue family or the various branch races, we all need a stable place to settle down. That voice was silent, like he was in deep thought. We still need to be careful about this matter. Let me think about it. Xue Mafei smiled, not bothering at all. Such a huge matter needed to be considered repeatedly. Your Highness, please make a decision soon. At this moment, Gantian Mountain is fully prepared. We are just waiting for Zhong Shou to return. However, within the World River, there are dangers at any moment. Even if we don't enter the Cloud World, we need to think of a way to avoid a branch of the Spirit River. When he said that last sentence, Xue Mafei was really helpless. A spirit river that could fit those 5 spaceships was tough to find. Even if there was, it would be under the control of the 5 vast habitats and the 10 shrines. As for the World River, the Xue family had drifted for 10,000 years in the various worlds and was really clear about the dangers within. Maybe they would be safe for tens to hundreds of years. They might face many celestial and god realm god beasts, which would bring about a calamity. Especially at this time when the Cloud World's spiritual wave started to surge. It attracted numerous high-grade beasts to gather here. There were also many outer region alien races who were looking. The Xue family race people would be in danger if they spent a day outside. Thinking about it for a moment, Xue Mafei said solemnly, "Moreover, to our Xue family, we have no way out. If we don't succeed, we will most probably suffer heavy losses. Rather than that, why don't we go all out and fight with our backs against the wall?" The owner of the voice held his breath. A moment later, he laughed. "That's right. However, this time, I was a little timid and petty. You have convinced me." When the laughter spread out, it wasn't as dark and heavy as before. Instead, it was crisp and melodious, like it contained a demonic voice that could melt one's soul and bones. It caused Xue Mafei's mind to be distracted for a moment. Then, a person walked out from the void. She wore a white dress, a simple outfit. However, she was so beautiful that one couldn't breathe. Snow-white skin, cherry-like lip. Those bright eyes were like a deep abyss, filled with a mesmerizing glow. With just one look, one would be involuntarily drawn in. After Xue Mafei was shocked, he lowered his head. He didn't dare to look straight at her. More importantly, I thought about it just now. I really didn't think that our Xue family would have a chance of losing. Xue Mafei's expression shook, following which he thought about something. His face was filled with joy. Speaking of which, Tailing sect and Lingyun sect have already agreed? More or less. That woman laughed softly. I wonder what the Lingyun sect's founder, Wen Su, is worried about. Even if I promised to split Donglin with Lingyun, he didn't agree. As for Tailing sect, I'm a little interested. Chapter 592. As the stone platform shattered, countless rays of spiritual light rushed out from it. Everyone's eyes were slightly dazed. Then they all moved. They chased towards those lights. Zhong Shou squinted. What he first caught were a few streaks of purple light. Extreme purple pill, extreme purple spiritual essence. That was the true purple gold pill. It was already connected to the spirit and could extend one's lifespan by 30 years. Zhong Shou drove his sword and charged down without hesitation, his hand opening wide. He instantly grabbed those few streaks of purple light. At this moment, there were several people nearby who were trying to fight for those pills. However, when they saw Zhong Shou rush over, they all sighed helplessly and moved to the side. They didn't dare and had no way to fight with him. Even Jueyu and the others all moved aside, not bothering with him. Apart from the extreme purple pill, the other items that were buried with him didn't match his identity. However, to Heaven Realm cultivators they were still rare treasures. At this moment, there was no need to fight with this fellow. Zhong Shou obtained a few extreme purple pills, and also kept all the extreme purple spiritual energy. Looking around, his brows furrowed. He casually took a grade 6 magical weapon spear and a black long sword, not bothering about the rest. Although there were many spiritual items here, there weren't many that were useful. He wanted to snatch them all and bring them back for his subordinate. However, he knew that when the water was full it would overflow, and when the moon was full it would be a loss. The most valuable item here was the extreme purple pill. Since he ate the meat, he had to leave some soup for others. Anyways, the sects had to give Gantian Mountain 80% of what they obtained. He reached out with his hand expressionlessly. He kept the pile of mind stones into his heaven and earth bag. These mind stones, compared to these treasures, were the most unassuming. However, Zhong Shou noticed a few hundred xian grade 3 and above mind stones. Just this pile alone would give his book of Ian another 250 days of time. How could he not be happy? The Cloud Dream Swamp fragment within the Ian Dragon Canyon wasn't just the tomb of the Xiang King. Thinking about the huge profits that he expected, Zhong Shou felt that when he went back this time, he would laugh even in his dreams. It was only at this moment that Zhong Shou realized that Shui Lingbo was standing in midair. Even when the spiritual light filled the sky, he was not moved in the slightest. Even if it passed right in front of her eyes, she had no intention of fighting for it. Zhong Shou was slightly surprised, but he remained patient. He took out Ruo Shui's body from the Lingjie ring. After feeding him an extreme purple spiritual pill, his internal injuries were indeed recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the situation, there was no need for Xianyuan Iran to save her. At most, in 6 to 10 hours, Ruo Shui would recover and wake up. His mind immediately relaxed, completely at ease. Zhong Shou smiled and leaned toward Shui Lingbo. "Junior sister, why are you in a daze? If you don't act, you won't have a chance." Ruo Shui's injuries had healed and Zhong Shoxin was in a good mood. Thus, he was in the mood to joke about Shui Lingbo. Shui Lingbo was instantly furious, turning around and staring viciously at Zhong Shou. She thought to herself that one day she would surpass this kid on the Mysterious Life Golden Book. However, she could only reply helplessly. Then, she scoffed coldly in disdain. "It is just some trash, what good spear is there? Only you all can put it in your eyes." What a joke that the Xiang King was an overlord. In the end, after he died, he became a pauper. How pitiful! When Zhong Shou heard that, he recalled that this Taiyuan fairy was the one with the most luck under the God Emperor. In the past few decades, who knows how many rare treasures she had obtained. In her body there was also a martial saint golden pellet. As such, it was no wonder that she didn't care about the things here. Looking down on the Xiang King, Shui Lingbo used her tender finger to point below. "As for you, if you don't take that thing, others will snatch it away?" The place Shui Lingbo pointed at was the top of the high platform. After the outer layer was shattered, inside was a jade stone platform. At the very top was a golden throne. There were 9 dragons carved on it, making it look really noble and solemn. However, if one looked carefully with their spiritual eyes, one could see numerous blood-red vengeful energy wrapping around it. Zhong Shou took a quick look and didn't care at all. "I don't like this item, its personality doesn't match. If they can take it, then there is nothing wrong with it." Although he said that, he was conflicted in his heart. Just now, when he saw the throne, he felt that it wasn't right. There was some repulsion and disgust between him and this item, but there was also an incomparably strong attraction. More accurately speaking, it should be hunger and thirst. At the most extreme moment, it nearly caused him to lose focus. Illusions formed in his mind and he instinctively wanted to touch it. In the end, the Avicii throne broke its mental connection with him, and he came back to his senses. He wasn't sure what he felt, but Zhong Shou felt that if he sat on it, something would happen. Something would change. As for whether it was good or bad, he didn't know. The only thing he was sure of was that this Avicii throne had its own initial artifact spirit and would choose its own master. As for himself, he was afraid that he had already been eliminated by this martial emperor. Did the spiritual sense fluctuation he felt outside of the Dragon Canyon come from this item? You're really weird. This Avicii throne was crafted by the first emperor using numerous spiritual metals to block the energy of the king path. Such a treasure, and you are actually willing to give it to others. Shui Lingbo shook her head, too lazy to say anything more. Since Zhong Shou didn't want it, could she force him? Just as the two of them spoke, a grade 9 spirit cultivator reached the top of the platform. His face was filled with joy as he grabbed towards the throne. Just as he was about to collect it, his face was filled with terror. Then, his entire body suddenly shrunk. In an instant, his skin, flesh, and vital energy seemed to be sucked dry. His body was only left with a skeleton. In the end, his entire body turned into sand and turned into dust. The surrounding cultivators who wanted to fight were startled. However, they were still unwilling and tried to collect it. With the example of the past, naturally, they didn't dare to touch it with their hands. They all cast spells to try to suck it in. However, each time their spiritual energy and internal energy touched the Avicii throne, the vital energy and essence energy in their bodies would surge out. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 grade 9 cultivators around the throne. They turned into dust and sand. Only 2 of them were lucky enough to break free. However, their skin, bones, flesh, and blood were mostly gone and they were in a tragic state. Shui Lingbo and Zhong Shou exchanged glances with one another. Then, the former nodded her head. That's right. As expected, it is best if we don't touch this thing. Zhong Shou also felt terrified. This Avicii throne was even more overbearing than his heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. If it swallowed a person, at least there would be some scraps left. However, this Avicii throne didn't have any scraps left at all. If he took the risk to touch this item, at this moment, he really didn't know what would happen to him. He suddenly felt wary as he looked into the sky, only to see another ball of light arrive in the air. That spiritual light was eye-piercing, causing one to instinctively look away. However, they felt that it wasn't right and looked closely once more, only to see that within the light it was the shape of a book. It's the book of the universe. It is actually here. Who knows who was the first to exclaim? After that, almost everyone's attention was focused on that direction. Even those who chased after the spiritual light and obtained a few items stopped and looked over. Their shocked expressions were filled with a bit of fanaticism. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. He gathered soul power in his eyes and pierced through the spiritual light. Then, his expression was a little weird. On the surface of the book, there were indeed the words Universe Creation Record. However, why did this feel different from his book of Ian Extreme Life? Moreover, in Legends, shouldn't the 2 books be one? Why did the book of Ian Extreme Life in the depths of his soul have no reaction? Why was there no reaction at all? Many questions rose up in his heart. However, Zhong Shou didn't have time to think about it. As for what the truth was, he had to take a look at it in his hands to know the reason. Shui Lingbo scoffed and suddenly rose into the air. A golden net flew towards the Universe Creation Records from afar. Zhong Shou, this book of Ian is mine. If you dare to fight, don't blame my sword for not giving you any face. Zhong Shou's lips curled up when he heard that. He also pulled out his sword and flew into the air. He smiled. Whoever can take it will depend on their ability. I won't give in. No matter whether or not this item was the Universe Creation Records, he had to get it. You are the one who said that. Shui Lingbo scoffed. She looked on as the net was about to cover the earth-yellow book of Ian. However, she saw a sword light. It suddenly rose into the air. It was filled with destruction intent and just nicely deflected the net away. Jueyu. Looking forwards, Jueyu was just inches away from the book of Ian. Shui Lingbo's pupils constricted. Another saber shadow slashed across the void. Cutting through time, Jueyu had no choice but to retreat to avoid it. Li Wuhui had just forced Jueyu back. On the other side, Osamu Hara also slashed down with a sword. Tens of thousands of spiritual explosions broke Li Wuhui's body far away. The few of them clashed and in an instant, they had already exchanged several blows. However, no one was able to get close to the universe creation records. Instead, they were forced further and further away by the sword light and knife shadow. As for those grade 9 cultivators, they weren't able to get close at all. Where the sword light and knife energy clashed, there was just some remnant energy which was enough to be lethal. They could only look on with ashen white faces as the few of them fought intensely. They had totally given up on snatching the universe creation record. Zhong Shou was the last to attack, but he arrived first. Just as the few of them were restraining each other and fighting intensely, he suddenly took a step forward and arrived around 300 m away from the universe creation record. The people around were instantly startled. Just as they were at a loss and didn't know whether or not they should continue to fight for it. Osamu Hara had already slashed down with a sword glow. Chapter 593. Zhong Shou was originally smiling as he stepped into the air. He thought that he would be able to easily obtain the universe creation record. Who knew that just as he reached out, Osamu Hara's spiritual explosion sword slashed down. He couldn't help but scold in his heart. This Osamu Hara really did what he said. After his injuries healed, he immediately turned on him without any hesitation. He stopped helplessly and casually pulled out his sword. A 100,000-foot sword glow rose up into the air, only to hear a heavy ring as the two sword lights intersected in the air. Osamu Hara's body flew backward. He was forced back by Zhong Shou's sword glow, retreating hundreds of feet before he stopped himself. At this moment, Zhong Shou didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief, only to see that Jueyu's sword also turned into 10,000 feet long and smashed down over here. Samuraim's eyes squinted and the 9-headed Long Ing appeared behind him. The sword light turned into a dragon and pierced to the side. Platinum Dragon Sword, Wind Cloud Dragon Sword, kill. The sword's shadow brought about a seemingly real yet illusionary image in the air, following which it struck the spine of the giant black sword. First, it caused energy to shake. Numerous blade shadows shattered and then there was the sharp sound of metal clashing. Jueyu scoffed, his body was also forced aside. However, it caused Zhong Shou to temporarily have no time to get the universe creation records. The sword exchange between the three of them was just 1/60th of a second. The rest of the people present also reacted one after another. Li Wuhui was the first to laugh out loud. Universe treasure, Li Wuhui has to fight for it. Your Highness, please forgive me for being rude, I am sorry. It was also a knife that slashed horizontally. It shattered time and the moment it shot out, it was already in front of Zhong Shou. Shui Lingbo scoffed coldly. A lightning word appeared at the center of her brows. Instantly, numerous lightning glows were gathered. It caused all the grade 9 cultivators here to feel their hearts jump. In the end, it turned into a huge lightning awl and fell from the sky. At its tip, a blue lightning snake that was as thick as a bucket pointed directly at Zhong Shou. In the void, the cyan sword light belonging to Zhong Shou slashed back in time. The instant space dragon sword also tore through the void and time. He broke Li Wuhui's blade of time with one strike. Then, a pair of lightning wings spread out from his back. Xiao Chen's left hand did not dodge at all as it grabbed, directly tearing off half of that oppressive lightning awl. Then, it turned into a pair of 3,000 feet long lightning wings that covered the sky. With a single flap, it set off thousands of thunderous booms. Zhong Shou had been provoked by these people, and had completely lost his temper. His blood and qi surged. For some reason, his chest was filled with lofty aspirations. He laughed loudly. Good, good, good! Was this a siege? Forget it, even if all of you come together today, what can you do to me? The moment he said this, the expressions of the people around changed. Shui Lingbo was the first to scoff coldly. Do you really think that you are invincible in the cloud world? She knew about the lightning Dao. Zhong Shou had the lightning phoenix bloodline, so she couldn't win against him. Shui Lingbo decided to give up on the lightning all. A red sword shadow brought with it a sky full of red flames as it descended from the sky. A ball of white flames burned around Zhong Shou's body, turning into wings that spread out behind his back. Merging with the lightning wings, it instantly turned black. Lightning blazed thousand flash, with just one flap. It caused the red flames to dissipate by half. A ball of sword light that was also covered in red flames clashed, giving out a loud cooing, a heavy ring that caused one's eardrums to nearly burst. Zhong Shou didn't even take half a step back. Shui Lingbo was forced back 10,000 feet by the huge force, her face extremely ugly. It wasn't that she couldn't beat him, but that her spells and abilities were all countered by Zhong Shou. At this moment, Osamu Hara and the other two all attacked once more. 2 swords and 1 knife, pretty much at the same time, slashing left and right. In the void, there were instantly millions of sword shadows and knife lights that intersected with one another. Under the energy that surged, the waves in the underground lake surged like the ocean was flipping. Many of the rank 9 cultivators' expressions changed as they were forced back by the constant collisions of the sword intents in the air. They continuously retreated 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, until 1,000,000 feet away. Only then did they stop. Wuji's expression was slightly dark and sunken, hesitation appearing in his eyes. However, moments later, he sighed and gave up on the thought of joining in, following the crowd. He retreated 1,000,000 feet away. Sword intent soul realm. The martial path intent of the 4 of them has actually reached the soul realm. The youngest one is only 20. I really don't know how they did it. The spiritual wave hasn't risen, and there are actually so many talents. What a good Gantian mountain monster king. This Zhong Shou is probably invincible in the universe. 10,000 Spirit Sword, Extinction Sword, Time Knife, Blazing Destruction Sword, any one of them would be able to sweep the world. These people are truly monstrous. This Osamu Hara wasn't able to be the top of the 3 pinnacle swords in the past for no reason. At least we aren't his match. 1 against 4? No matter who wins or loses, it will shock the world. They all said that the battle between Lei Dong and Tan Qiu a few months ago was the most exciting sword battle in the cloud world in a few thousand years. However, today's battle has surpassed it. Wuji's expression was extremely complicated. He remembered that when Xiaoxiangzi entered the sect and showed his spirit and martial arts merger talent, he and the few senior brothers in Dowling Vast Habitat were all delighted. They were so happy that they were about to go crazy. They thought that Dowling Vast Habitat finally had a junior who could pass down their legacy. However, today, the scenes in front of him had totally shattered his hope. Within the cloud world, although Xiaoxiangzi could be called a talent, however, compared to these few people, he was like dirt and clouds, not worth mentioning at all. Compared to Zhong Shou, he couldn't be compared at all. Dowling Vast Habitat had always been the head of the 5 vast habitats, above shrines and spiritual houses. They had never bothered about the battles of the world. They also didn't care about the famous experts in the cloud world. Looking at it today, it seemed like he was the frog in the well. How amusing and tragic. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. No matter what, Dowling Vast Habitat had to recruit this kid. This kid was really an unparalleled talent. Like he knew what he was thinking, another person beside him praised. This Zhong Shou is really unparalleled, one of a kind in the world. What amusing is that Wu Xuan overestimated himself and actually dared to provoke him. This time he deserved it. That's right. This kid's strength is rarely seen in the world. Tai Chi was startled and didn't speak. As expected, out of the 6 pinnacle swords of the cloud world, only Ruotao and himself didn't live up to their names. All of a sudden, endless regret surged into his chest. In that instance, thousands of thoughts flashed across his mind. He thought back to the family that was already being suppressed in the Central Dynasty. He thought back to the expectations and unhappiness of the seniors in the 10,000 sword vast habitat. It seemed like a long time ago, someone had told him that Tai Chi had bad intentions. He spent more effort on scheming than on sword technique. The moment he entered the sect, he used all his methods to suppress this senior brother Ruotao, cutting his wings bit by bit to grind down his ambitions. Thinking about it now, he was really dumb, really dumb. There were so many talents in the world, how could Ruotao be the only one? To fight for the position of the master of a world, one had to fight against numerous heroes. Zhong Shou, Osamu Hara, Jueyu, Li Wuhui, which one of these people didn't need him to use up all his strength to go up against them? If he was a step slower today, who knows how much effort he would have to spend to catch up. He thought that his wings were already formed and he could control everything. Who knew that he would be so weak under the swords of these few people? At this moment, Ruotao was looking at his hands, his expression startled. He muttered to himself like he was thinking about something. Tai Chi listened carefully, but he wasn't able to hear anything. Moments later, he saw Ruotao smile, bright and devilish. He was a handsome guy, but at this moment, he gave off such a feeling. That's right. If this sword of mine continues to be restrained, I'm afraid it will really lose all of its spiritual energy and vanish into the crowd. If I, Ruotao, am truly thinking for my sect, I should become even stronger. The moment he said those words, Ruotao pulled out his sword. When the sword rose into the air, numerous heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly gathered. Soul and energy merged. The flames were 10,000 feet bright and eye-catching. Zhong Shou, who was above, was also shocked. This sword was so strong. It was only a little weaker than Jueyu and Yuan Wuqiu, pretty much on the same level as Li Wuhui. This sword intent had already faintly reached the soul realm. Zhong Shou wasn't afraid, similarly slashing out with a sword from above. Kung! There was a series of sword-light clanging sounds, but Ruotao didn't back off right away. Instead, he struck out several times, tangling with him for a moment. Only then was he forced back by Zhong Shou's sword intent, having no choice but to retreat and defend. However, in that split second, it had already given the other people a chance. Numerous blade shadows and astral winds struck down. At this moment, Lei Dong let out a long laugh. How can I, Lei Dong, miss out on such an exciting event? Sky Creation World, it is not bad to be able to use it as a stepping stone. Zhong Shou, you can't bully others and look down on us heroes. He rose up, a sword and a knife appearing beside his body. Following which, millions of knife and sword shadows covered Zhong Shou like a wall. At this moment, Zhong Shou was so furious that his chest felt stuffy, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was with much difficulty that he was able to deal with the crazy attacks of Osamu Hara and Jueyu. This Lei Dong ran over to join the battle. He actually didn't help him and didn't hesitate to join hands with the others to attack him. How would he not know? This fellow didn't have any thoughts about fighting for the Book of Sky Creation. He just wanted to use this battle to train his knife and sword combination technique. Looking at Osamu Hara and Jueyu, their eyes were clear and they didn't even take a look at the Book of Ian. They probably had the same idea as Leidong. They wanted to use Zhong Shou as a grinding stone. He felt depressed in his heart. Zhong Shou only felt that his blood was boiling. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. An opponent who was on the same level as him, someone who was magnanimous and could be called a hero. Just like 10,000 years later when he fought for the Book of Aeon with the 7 emperors of the Cloud World. Chapter 594. Laughing lightly, the wings behind Zhong Shou's back flapped as he climbed up once more. It was really similar to the battle that year. Only at this moment, the 6 people here were much more outstanding than those 6 people who had the title of Emperor. He was originally planning to get this Book of Universe and leave. However, at this moment, Osamu Hara and the others made his vital energy surge, his fighting spirit slowly burning. Since you all want to fight, then let's fight here until the sky turns dark. Lightning wings flapping, sword intent instantly covered 1,000 miles. The sword light swept and instantly charged in all directions. Platinum Dragon Sword. Chill Hornless Dragon Sword. Instant Space Dragon Sword. Fire Dragon Vast Sword. Slash. When the 4 types of true dragon sword intents merged into one, a 7-claw giant dragon appeared behind him. It roared furiously. The incomparably sharp sword light covered the entire area within a radius of 1,000,000 feet. Covered within, pointing to the east and striking to the west, suddenly south and suddenly north. It was hard to predict, but it was also extremely overbearing. You all treated me as a sword-grinding stone, but to me, isn't it the same? Good. That is satisfying. Juyu laughed out loud. Where the black giant sword passed, everything was destroyed. However, under the heavy sword light, they bitterly held on, waiting for the sky full of blade shadows. When the clouds and mist scattered, Osamu Hara was in a slightly bad state. Are you serious? That is good. I didn't expect your sword to be so strong. It is actually even stronger than a few months ago. However, this is satisfying. Li Wuhui, Leidong, and Ruotao didn't say a word. Under Zhong Shou's sword, it was already tough for them to hold on. It was even tough for them to speak. Shui Lingbo scolded out, "The few of you are all crazy. Zhong Shou, you are actually going crazy with them?" Although she said that, she had totally lost her temper. Her eyes were totally red. She decided to give up her sword and charge up alone. A pair of jade-like hands smashed out with fist after fist. Each fist would cause the earth to shake and mountains to shake, waves to sweep around. Among them, she was the only one who could fight evenly with Zhong Shou. Every strike forced Zhong Shou to use all his strength to defend himself. It was extremely strenuous. Before this, he had also tried to pry into the universe creation records several times. However, often when she was about to get it, that Osamu Harajuyu would turn around and force her back. Just like Zhong Shou, he could only look at the Book of Universe helplessly. At this point, he simply didn't care anymore. Zhong Shou, that fellow, those few words just now really annoyed him. Even if all of you come together today, what can you do to me? Also, these brats were really annoying and in the way. She might as well give up on this Book of Universe and crush this Zhong Shou together. With this thought in mind, his aura became even more tyrannical. Flames engulfed him. It was as if an incomparably proud phoenix was moving its body. At this moment, Tai Chi's face was ashen white. From the moment Ruotao slashed out, he clearly sensed that it was spirit and martial arts merger. His sword intent also seemed to have broken through, directly reaching the soul realm. For some reason, he had a feeling that the moment this senior brother slashed out, he had a strange feeling. Like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. That was a sword that was free and unrestrained. This Ruotao probably wouldn't be restricted by the sect rules in his life. He also wouldn't be able to use the sect rules to restrict this senior brother like before. Looking closely, It was obviously a dragon that had cut off all chains, flying out of shallow water, soaring into the sky, no longer restricted. At the start, he could still console himself. Ruatao's spirit and martial arts merger would be later than his and wouldn't be able to reach his high 10% merger rate. However, slowly, the blood on Tai Chi's face faded and there was no color at all. As time went on, Ruatao's merger with soul power and internal energy not only stabilized, but it also slowly rose. In just a few minutes it rose to 10%, just slightly weaker than him. As for his sword intent, it had truly reached the soul realm. Even under the glow of Zhongsho, it didn't seem dim. Slowly, it could compete with Osamu Hara, Jiryu and the others. Tai Chi's mind was already in a daze. His eyes were still looking above, but his hand was holding onto the sword handle. A strong intent rose up in his chest that he had never had before. He wanted to join in. He wanted to be like senior brother Ruatao and compete with these few people. However, each time he was about to pull out his sword, Tai Chi would hesitate and then be filled with disappointment. What did he have to compete with these few people? Sword technique and martial path were too far apart. The moment he acted, he would be beaten down by these few people and lose face for no reason. Looking at it for so long, did you notice? Was there room for him to interfere in this battle? Was there a chance he could take advantage of? With his strength today, he could only be a spectator. Sighing leisurely, Tai Chi decisively released the hand holding the sword. He vaguely understood that the people fighting here were the true heroes of the cloud world. How could Tai Chi be so lucky to be able to be on the same level as these few people? He should be ashamed. It wasn't that he was ashamed to be on the same level as them, but that his strength was far weaker. He really couldn't afford to be on the same level as them. Thinking about it, Tai Chi's expression slowly returned back to normal. What was the use of feeling sorry for himself now? What great ambition! What great undertaking! All of that was tossed to the side by him in one go. What he had to do now was to catch up to these few people first. As they say, no shame and then be brave. In the future, he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with these few people in the world. Senior Master Zifang, the universe creation records have appeared. Didn't you say that this item is beneficial to our Buddhist faction? Why are we just standing there and looking and not fighting for it? On the other side where the 7 of them were fighting, Jingyin's eyes were filled with a weird expression as she looked at the entanglement of sword intent, the flames covering the land. This was the first time she noticed that she was actually quite bad at times. She knew that Zifang beside her was already thinking about retreating, but she still asked those words. However, who told this fellow to have such bad intentions and wanted to trick her? As expected, Zifang's face turned bitter. He forced a smile. This item is not fated with me, it is best if I don't take it. Our Buddhist faction people don't like to fight. If these few people want it, then let them take it. He glanced at Jingyin, thinking that this brat wasn't nice at all. With these few people here, how was he going to fight? Not to mention that Zhongsho and Shui Lingbo, just Jiryu and Osamu Hara. If he dealt with them, he had to go all out. Fight? What should he use to fight? She knew that he was already a little afraid, but she still touched on his sore spot. Thinking about that, he sighed. In the past, I always heard about how the 3 overlords of the cloud world were all heroes. Unparalleled, invincible in the world. Looking at this Zhongsho, it seems like the Xiong King 10,000 years ago was just like that. Buddha is merciful. With these few people here, this world won't be peaceful. Jingyin pursed her lips and smiled, following which her expression turned solemn. This Zhongsho was so strong. Didn't that mean that it would be tough for her to solve the seed cauldron not between Zhao Yanran and Zhongsho? Feeling that it was slightly problematic, Jingyin looked around. Speaking of which, where is the corpse of that Xiong King? I still haven't noticed it. From the very beginning, There was no trace of the overlord Xiangqiu in this underground lake. Naturally, the changes that Zifang was worried about didn't happen. Jingyin felt uneasy, searching around. In the end, she looked towards the golden platform. Then, she was startled. Jingyin couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. It wasn't that she finally saw that Xiang King who was nowhere to be seen. It was that there were originally several grade 9 cultivators on the golden platform. The Avicii throne, which had been unable to absorb them and had instead swallowed all of them, finally had some movement at this moment. It actually slowly rose into the air from the platform. It turned into a ball of eye-catching golden light and slowly flew towards Zhong Shou. Zifang looked over when he heard that, following her line of sight. A moment later, a weird expression appeared in his eyes. It's Zhong Shou. The direction that the golden light flew towards was where Zhong Shou was standing. However, just now, he had carefully analyzed it. That Avicii throne and Zhong Shou's aura didn't match. It was totally rejected by the artifact spirit of this top weapon. At that moment, he even heaved a sigh of relief. However, why was there such an unexpected change in such a short time? He remembered that before this Avicii throne disappeared, it swallowed millions of vital energy and essence energy. At this moment, it wasn't at the end of its rope and could last for a few thousand years. It shouldn't have reached the stage where it needed to rush to choose a master. Jingyin's petite face was filled with shock. Zifang thought about it for a moment and was slightly distracted. The spiritual item chose its master? No wonder the first master of this item was the Heaven and Earth Primordial Dragon. What it did was the overbearing path. The second master was the Xiang King who had the strength to pull up mountains. It would be weird if it was interested in normal people. The spiritual artifact had a mind and would choose its master. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou was using one man and one sword to fight all of them. That invincible aura was like that of the Xiang King in the past. The more he charged into the clouds, the more he suppressed all the experts, the more the Avicii throne would recognize him. Jingyin was enlightened. She only felt that her heart was filled with terror. He roughly understood what Zifang was trying to say. It wasn't even the day of the spiritual wave. How did such a person appear in this world? She kept silent while Zhao Yanran, who was not far away, suddenly laughed. Interesting. Does this Avicii throne think that Zhong Shou can be compared to the Xiangqiu overlord from 10,000 years ago? The moment these words were said, the surroundings were deathly silent. Only then was Zhao Yanran startled, realizing that she had said what everyone here was thinking. She was first shocked, following which Zhao Yanran scolded out. How was that lazy and bad kid similar to that overlord? It was completely different from the original, okay? This fellow wasn't even comparable to a finger of the Xiang King. No. He wasn't even comparable to a strand of hair. Chapter 595. Zhong Shou, who was in the midst of an intense battle, was also surprised by this. Why was the thing below heading towards him? He remembered that not long ago, the artifact spirit of this thing rejected him? He didn't understand, but Zhong Shou didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, he was fighting 1 against 6. If he was distracted, he might lose. Zhong Shou wasn't willing to lose to the 6 of them. Fighting 1 against 6, that was just too shameless. He wasn't willing to bother, but the Avicii throne still rose into the air, passing through the heavy blade light. The 9-headed dragon on the golden chair. It was like it had come alive. The energy vibrations connected, causing the king energy in Zhong Shou's body that was suppressed by the 9-layer pagoda to slowly boil. At the start, Zhong Shou didn't care, but as the resonance grew stronger and stronger, he couldn't ignore it anymore. The dragon-shaped illusionary image behind him slowly changed, becoming more and more agile. The aura between one person and one item also became more and more vast. It charged into the sky. When I wanted it, it didn't come. At this time, I don't care about it and don't want it anymore. Instead, you ran over yourself. Ah, what is this? Mocking himself, Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. Coincidentally, Osamu Hara slashed out once more, following closely behind Shui Lingbo's fist wind. Using the cover of Shui Lingbo's fist, it was also when he had used up all his strength and hadn't used up any new strength. After fighting for close to 30 minutes, the few of them had slowly formed a tacit understanding. When they worked together, the unintentional coordination between them was pretty much perfect. For example, at this moment, he was pretty much unable to deal with it. Naturally, Zhong Shou couldn't help but scold the 6 of them in his heart. How shameless! The 6 of them working together was already breaking the rules. They actually worked together? Weren't they trying to kill him? However, as time went on, each time Zhong Shou slashed out, they were becoming more and more refined, simple and straightforward. The 99 Long Ing sword technique used these 6 people as the stones. With each passing breath, it became more perfect. The pressure brought by the few of them. This allowed him to get rid of those unnecessary and impractical changes, fusing the laws and great daos that were truly useful into the sword. It was becoming more and more perfect. Although Osamu Hara's sword was shameless and sudden, Zhong Shou had held back at all times. While fighting against these 6 people, he could not afford to be careless for a moment. That green sword light suddenly turned around in an inconceivable manner. Coincidentally 700 feet away, it struck the blade's shadow. In a hurry, he could only use less than 20% of Zhong Shou's strength. However, it was strangely condensed, and it attacked with a sword. With a soft clang, the sword light was completely scattered. Even the thousands of spirit explosions had disappeared without a trace. When this sword slashed out, Jueyu, who was not far away, was slightly shocked. This is the unbreakable sword domain? Although Zhong Shou's sword was purposely covered. However, one could still see the shadow of Tsang Xingdao Tanqiu. In the battle a few months ago, especially Tanqiu's one origin Yin sword, it left a deep impression on him. A full 10,000 swords were unable to get close to Tanqiu's body. As he said, it was the unbreakable sword domain. At this moment, Zhong Shou was using it, although it was the 99 Long Ing. However, if one thought about it carefully, their combined attacks were unable to get within 100 feet of Zhong Shou. It also made him subconsciously think. He thought back to Zhong Shou. As expected, it is you. Thinking back to what Li Wuhui said not long ago, Jueyu's eyes were instantly enlightened. It also caused the bodies of the 2 of them to merge together. The feeling in his heart was extremely complicated. He was filled with emotions, shame and rage, and also bitterness. He looked towards the Avicii throne which had already flown to the side of Zhong Shou, his heart instantly filled with complicated feelings. Did this ancient Emperor Path Saint artifact have high hopes for this fellow? Treating this fellow like the Xiang King, invincible in the world? Fighting 1 against 6, all of them were people who could sweep this world. However, this fellow didn't show any signs of losing. In the future, this Zhong Shou might really be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Xiang Chu overlord, even surpassing him. However, a moment later, Jueyu's fighting spirit rose up. So what, was he willing to bow down? Unbreakable sword domain? He wanted to see if it was really unbreakable within 100 feet. Even if it was the hardest spiritual metal, he was going to totally smash it. As for the universe creation record, he tossed it out of his mind. Whoever wanted it could take it. The moment Jueyu's emotions changed, the sword path also changed. Zhong Shou instantly sensed it and looked towards Jueyu in shock. He couldn't understand why this fellow would suddenly go crazy and become so fierce, following which he didn't bother about it. Actually, at this moment, he couldn't be distracted. Since Shui Lingbo saw the Avicii throne fly to his feet, for some reason she became crazier and crazier. She also didn't bother about the Book of Universe. The other few people were the same. Pretty much like they were life and death enemies, going all out. The pressure they gave him was each sword stronger than the last. At every moment it was changing. Many times, he could only rely on himself, the instincts that he had trained so many times to deal with it. It was really tough. Not only was he not angry, but he was also excited, surprised, touched where each sword was. He could clearly feel the transformation. Like a cocoon turning into a butterfly, nimble and ethereal. From the heavy pressure at the start, he slowly got used to it. Maybe not long later, he would be able to do it so easily. Speaking of which, it was weird. The battle with the 6 of them became more and more intense. The aura of the Avicii throne was even more harmonious with him. The thoughts that were faintly transmitted over were also filled with joy. The resonance between one person and one item became stronger and stronger, making one not know what was going on and feel really confused. Moments later, a spiritual light flashed in Zhong Shou's mind as a thought flashed across his mind. This fellow suddenly changed his mind. Was it because of the battle with the 6 of them? Speaking of which, there was an explanation for why Shui Lingbo and the others suddenly went crazy. Invincible? They really overestimated themselves. He originally wanted to break out into a laugh, but when that smile reached his lips, Zhong Shou's heart moved and another thought rose up. Wasn't his life goal to reach the peak of the sword path, to reach the peak of this region? To climb up, he had to have an unyielding heart, an invincible spirit. There was no need to be timid and there was no need to be humble. Zhong Shou's sword should be invincible in the world. The moment that thought rose up, the spiritual light of the Avicii throne became even brighter and vast, making one unable to look straight at it. Zhong Shou's barbaric and overbearing sword intent spread out once more, covering the entire underground lake. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Sister, since you are already married and have become someone's concubine, then you should guard your own position. Don't think about killing and killing all day. There are many talents in Taishang, we don't lack you. The fragrance of the wine spread out within the building. Outside the window, one could see numerous cherry blossoms blooming. The mood was really beautiful and pleasing to the eye. However, within the building, the atmosphere was really suppressive. The man and woman sitting across from each other by the window also had extremely indifferent expressions on their faces. Brother came here just to tell me this? Kong Yao's eyes weren't as lost as at the start. Instead, it was filled with mocking intent and the intent to see through the world. Who knows if she was mocking herself, Zhong Shou, or this man called Kong Su, her brother in name. That's right. I have wanted to say these words to you for a long time. However, I knew that you wouldn't listen. Kong Su nodded his head without a care. Now that His Majesty has shown mercy, your third brother Kong Xian has become a titled governor-commander, taking over your position. I also don't have to worry about you bringing our Kong family to a place of no return. Place of no return? Zhong family? Kong Yao scoffed, her mocking intent becoming thicker. His Majesty probably didn't expect that his kindness would cause the Taishang to have one more traitor. Her words were filled with a sense of despair. You can say whatever you want. Kong Su smiled expressionlessly. His expression was one of arrogance. The Taishang dynasty's luck has declined. Will our Kong family be buried along with them? Kong Yao shook her head. However, our Kong family received the kindness of the Taishang dynasty for close to 1,000 years. So what? Kong Su scoffed. The Central Cloud continent has already gone through 7 dynasties. 7 generations of royal families have all been wiped out. However, our Kong family has lasted for 10,000 years. If this royal court can fall, then we will try our best. If not, then we can only change sides. This is the theory of our Kong family ancestors. Kong Yao was startled and knew that there was no point in saying anything more about this matter. During these few days, she had thought things through, thinking about whether she was really loyal to the Taishang and His Majesty. That might not be the case. At the start, that was because His Majesty looked at her in a different light and promoted her. This was the first time in her life that someone admired and valued her so much. Thinking that since he treated her like a country knight, then she had to repay him. Now it seemed like in the eyes of His Majesty, from start to finish, she was just a chess piece. The most unimportant, the kind that could be abandoned at any moment. As expected, this was the true path of the Emperor, treating everyone as a chess piece. This was why His Majesty was the ruler of the Taishang's revival, a saint ruler that hadn't appeared in thousands of years. This was why she was too lazy to fight with Kong Su over this matter. She also didn't have the strength to. Our Kong family helped His Majesty ascend to the throne so that we could have some military power before the chaotic times. We could protect the family and also become a stepping stone to join the new emperor in the future. As he said that, Kong Su's tone suddenly turned sharp. Who knew that His Majesty would choose such a lowly jinx like you to suppress our Kong family? These words shouldn't have been said in front of Kong Yao. However, both sides knew about this matter. Kong Su didn't even show any warmth on the surface. Kong Yao was startled, following which she clenched her fists tightly. She only felt a piercing pain in her heart. She was indeed a jinx. When she was born, a comet was descending. The light shone brightly, shining in the night sky. Only after a day of time did it fade away. In the eyes of the Kong family, who held the ceremony directorate for generations, Kong Yao represented the future calamity. If it wasn't for her father protecting her, she would have been strangled to death by her family when she was born. Chapter 596. However, the following days weren't easy either. At the start, when she didn't know anything, she didn't feel anything. She finally noticed that she was different from the other kids in the family and knew about her situation. Her father was ostracized by the family, her mother was depressed and died not long later. She was also isolated by the family. If it wasn't for the Emperor taking a fancy to her and bringing her into the army, her father and she would have been kicked out of the Kong family. Your third brother is 100 times more talented than you, but he can't use it. Every day he drinks to drown his sorrows. Do you know how happy he was when he heard the news? That day he smashed the 300 jugs of wine in the treasury. His heart was dead, but now he has come back to life. Even I am happy for him. Kongshu was smiling, bringing with it a coldness that made one's heart feel cold. The day we found out that you were taken in as a concubine by the Gantian Mountain Monster King, the entire family was filled with joy. The entire clan, from top to bottom, is cheering like a tide. They are all happy for you. Oh right. I forgot to say that your father is old and isn't suitable for the position of Imperial Astronomer. Uncle has personally stepped out to ask him to leave and take care of our ancestral hall. This is an honorable upbringing. Kong Yao's fingernails were already deeply stabbed into her flesh. However, when she heard the last part, she calmed down instead. She understood the meaning behind Kongshu's words. She was a hostage. If Kong Yao was willing to be well behaved, then her father would naturally be fine. If she wasn't, then the Kong family would have their own methods to use on her father. She wouldn't be able to blame the Kong family for being despicable. If it was her, she would do the same. Moreover, her methods would be even more vicious. Then, who did you all take a fancy to? Gung family's Gung Ji or Yang family's Yang Ming? Looking at Kongshu's startled expression, Kong Yao had an idea. That's right, the person you all took a fancy to is Yang Ming. However, this person isn't as good as Shuriwei. Nonsense. The Yang family has been officials for generations. In 10 generations there were 7 ministers and half a province of land. In terms of family background, how can Yang Ming be compared to Shuriwei? Kongshu admitted it, his tone filled with disdain as he shook his head. "You don't know the secret techniques of the family. You wouldn't understand it even if I explained it to you. In the future, just care about being your concubine in Donglin Cloud Continent." Kong Yao couldn't help but laugh. Although she didn't practice the art of fate and fate, she had the innate ability to see people's fate. Ever since he was young, he had never told anyone about it. Because she knew that to her, this was not a blessing, but a disaster, a great disaster. Not only did she know who Yang Ming was, she had even met him before. Out of all the hidden dragons, he was just on par with Shuriwe. With the family background of the 7 dukes of the 10 generations, he could only stand shoulder to shoulder with Shuriwe. "I was wondering why elder brother would have the time to visit me. So he came with young Master Yang Ming. Is it related to the one above? You know?" This time, Kong Su was slightly surprised. He frowned and looked at Kong Yao in surprise. Today, she only felt that her sister was surprisingly intelligent. Kong Yao nodded slightly and said with certainty, "Isn't it the 8-tail Shui clan? You've been too ostentatious these days." Someone was plotting against her husband, so how could she not know? Before this, she still had some hope, wanting to see what would happen to the person who caused her to fall into such a desperate situation. However, a few days ago, for some reason, the situation changed, making her extremely disappointed. That's true. This fox race bloodline. In the end, they aren't good enough. With the situation set, this foxtail is revealed. They are so arrogant. After Kong Su was startled, he shook his head. His tone was filled with disdain towards the Shui family. He casually explained, before the Shui family entered the Cloud World, they sent people to meet the Liao King. They wanted to form an alliance with one another, using the Liao King's relationship to contact Tailing Sect. If they succeeded, then Gantian Mountain and Donglin Continent could become the external help of the Liao King. Originally, the Liao King wanted to try. He just wanted to test the waters and send young Master over to help the Shui family. However, looking at it now, the Shui family might really succeed. Only pitiful sister, you just got married and faced such a thing. His tone said that she was pitiful. However, his tone and expression didn't have any pity at all. Kong Yao also shook her head slightly. She didn't feel that there was anything worth pitying about her. If there was really someone who could deal with Zhong Shou, allowing her to escape from that person's evil clutches, then she would be delighted. Unfortunately, raising her eyes and looking out of the window, the spiritual eye at the center of Kong Yao's brows opened up slightly. Then, she felt more and more disappointed. Her luck was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was extremely weak, giving off a black energy. It was obviously a sign of death, however. He didn't know that even his elder brother was delighted with him. He probably thought that after this matter was completed, he would be rewarded by the Liao King. No matter how she looked at it, the Shui family people had no chance of winning. "I advise brother to quickly leave Gantian Mountain." Kong Su's brows furrowed. Then, he heard Kong Yao sigh. "That monster king isn't someone you can easily deal with. Be careful that you don't bite the tiger and get injured instead." Hearing that, Kong Su was already impatient. He treated it as Kong Yao saying those words out of anger, trying to scare him. "Sister, you are joking. In my eyes, I really don't see any chance of that Zhong Shou turning the tables. Even if you are angry, you don't have to do that. This matter has nothing to do with you. Just relax and watch." Kong Yao sighed once more. She heard that every time a woman sighed, it was the same as her growing older by a day. Then today, she had already used up dozens of days of her life. However, this matter did indeed have nothing to do with her. From now on, she was most probably going to be hidden in a room and treated as a toy by that fellow. The unwillingness in his chest wasn't a normal kind of unwillingness. Kong Yao didn't listen to Kong Su's words anymore. She was in a daze as she looked at the cherry blossoms outside, the spiritual light in her eyes dimming. Just as her thoughts were about to scatter, Kong Yao suddenly felt something. She raised her eyes in shock and looked into the distance. Looking out with her spiritual eyes, she saw a vast energy that the naked eye couldn't see charging out from the ground. It was pure white. Was it Zhongsho? Wasn't that direction the Een Dragon Canyon? Could it be that something had changed there? This feeling was like a fish in water, a tiger with wings. Did that fellow have some fortuitous encounters in the Een Dragon Canyon? In the past, Zhongsho's fate and destiny, although he had the aura of a saint emperor. However, he was in a corner and couldn't do much. However, looking out now, there were some changes. Moreover, this aura was really overbearing, looking into the sky, at the dark clouds that didn't dissipate. How could this be good? This aura was really dimming. If not long ago, although they were definitely going to lose, they still had a chance to live. Looking at it now, there wasn't even a chance. Looking forward, Kong Yao couldn't help but be startled once more. Speaking of which, her brother's brow was turning black. This time, he wouldn't be dragged down by the Shui family and something would happen, right? What a pity. She heard that her brother Kong Su had just gotten married. Just as Kong Yao was hesitating, below Gantian Mountain, on the outer city wall, a young scholar, who was lying leisurely on the wall and sleeping soundly, also let out a cry of surprise. His upper body suddenly straightened up, and he looked towards the east. Next to him was a burly man wearing shiny armor and holding a large saber. His body was really straight. It was like a pillar standing upright there. At this moment, he was frightened by the young scholar as he looked around. Realizing that no one noticed, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Junior brother, don't scare me, don't be so surprised. If people noticed that someone sneaked up the city wall while I was on duty, what would happen?" When the young scholar heard that, he was a little speechless, saying in disappointment, "Senior brother, no matter what, you are a captain, managing a full 3,000 people. Why are you so afraid of everything? Don't you have any sense of responsibility?" He shook his head in disappointment. "Didn't you hear that your uncle has power in Gantian Mountain? You came to join him, so why is there only a small captain? With your grade 8 strength, no matter where you are, at least a governor-commander won't run away. To think that you said that your uncle treats you like his own son." That brat didn't think much of it, arguing without giving in. His voice was really soft, afraid that others would hear it. "Nonsense. Although uncle is in charge of Gantian Mountain matters, he is being stared at by that meeting hall. I heard that those people have the power to remove cabinet ministers. This is why uncle said that he has been really careful these few years, doing things fairly, not daring to make any mistakes. He also can't have any weaknesses that they can use against him. Moreover, he can't interfere in the army. Junior brother, do you think this Gantian Mountain Monster King is crazy? He actually has the power to remove ministers from some random meetings. Where is the dignity of a ruler?" As he said that, he smiled. "Actually, the rules in the army are really strict. This is a good thing, I like it. Although I am learning military matters from my master, I have never led troops before. It is good to start as a captain. Moreover, uncle doesn't know that my cultivation has reached grade 8. The teen scholar shook his head when he heard that, thinking that using this meeting hall to restrict the cabinet was where the ruler was smart. If not, he would be like this monster king, giving up all his power. This Gantian Mountain would have changed hands long ago. However, in terms of strict military discipline, he did admire it. The hundreds of thousands of troops of Gantian Mountain were not only elites, but they were also strict. Their morale wasn't low either. No wonder a few months ago, they could use 2 million to shake the tens of millions of troops of Thousand City Alliance and lose. During these few days, he walked around Gantian Mountain. The more he observed, the more shocked he was. That monarch was really a monarch that made people scratch their heads. He didn't work hard, but the country was peaceful. He didn't care about the officials, but the country was politically clean. Speaking of which, the Taoists also had the saying of ruling by not doing anything. Within the Confucians, there was also the saying of ruling by lowering one's head. Was it referring to Zhongsho's situation? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.